Hello, everybody. On the final day of 2023, we welcome you into Big Boy Arena for one final game in this calendar year as the Motor City Rockers welcome in a familiar face of the Port Huron Prowlers. I'm Brady Beaton, joined alongside by Ben Zalagi. And Ben, Rockers got back on the winning track last night after a Friday night loss in overtime against these Prowlers. Have the rubber match here today.
Yeah, it was a big win last night, obviously, but, it was one of the ones where Friday night seemed like it got away from the guys a little bit, but it's really good to see how they responded, especially in the third period, getting 2 power play goals, taking advantage of the 5-on-3, which gave them the insurance goal that night. And another good thing, another good night for Ricky Gonzalez. Went back to McMorran Place, exercised the demons, where he lost 5-3 not too long ago. Got a 5-3 win, looked good, was absorbing pucks, playing well. Talked to him before the game tonight, and he said, yeah, the confidence is starting to build up. Last week helped, but last night I think I'm back, I think I'm there. So it was a nice little split. You got some points, you got 4. You didn't get all of them, but you got 4. Need to get 3 tonight, though.
Absolutely, and they're going to have to do it with a little bit of a different-looking lineup. There has been a lot of personnel movement. Nick Miguel Diaz, along with Scott Koash, inactive. They are in a different league now. Derek Makama has been released. So the lineup that the Rockers had even 3-4 weeks ago looks a lot different. Pavel Finsov still not back from injury. Danny Vanderweel still on the IR. A lot of new faces, and the Rockers are trying to figure out ways to fill those gaps and fill those skates. Yeah,
one of the ways they did, they brought back a guy that played 5 games last year, Devon Fields, who was with the team, played very, very well in the 5 games he played in last year, had 3 assists in that short time. He's a guy, I like to say, likes to play with his hair on fire, likes to hit, and it adds some physicality, right? We know Cade Lambden's now been back for 3 weekends. He's adding that toughness factor back. And it was the one thing that was maybe lacking from this lineup at the start of the season was that physicality. Guys that would get their nose, into dirty areas and not be pushed around, because you lost guys like Tommy Cardinal that would do that, and so on and so forth. So the construction is still a few familiar faces, but 2 faces that are a little unfamiliar. One of them, if you are in Michigan high school hockey, it is familiar. That, of course, would be the guy who's going to be playing defense tonight, and Cam Burt. He teaches at TPH, and he's a Detroit native, has played in the Coast, has played in the AHL. He's older, but he's turned around into being one of those hockey experts, kind of like an IMG Academy. If you're a football fan, it's what TPH is for the high school level. And then last night, Adam Kuhn, who has not played a pro game in about 11 years, first shot on net last night, gets a goal, but he was one of the new guys that we brought back. So it's not Band-Aids, it's more like gauze bandages. Guys that are a little more secure, guys that can help you out, local Michigan natives. It's a lot different than what Elmira did last week to fill their roster.
And it's the time of the year where, it's happening in every team. Hey, a guy goes down in the AHL, the ripple effect ends up a guy from Motor City not on this team anymore. And unlike some other leagues, this isn't the Coast where you can go down to single A and grab someone. You have to find someone that's going to have a little bit of baggage, whether it be a guy like Cam Burt, who has an excellent resume, just hasn't played a lot in a while, a little bit on the older side, or you're going to have to take a chance on a guy that maybe you let go during training camp or is floating around, because at this point in the season, a lot of guys that are helping teams have been picked up. Might take a weekend or 2, but by this point, that cupboard's pretty bare when you need to go shopping.
Yeah, it is, and that's why it's funny, because last weekend, one of those teams was asking about Scott Koash, and he denied. He denied, wanting to go, wanting to leave, but the offer was too good to pass up this time around. He's closer to home in Illinois, which is nice. But, yeah, you're right. The shopping list is different. You got to go, where you can go, where you cannot go. The one good thing I thought it was going to happen to us, I thought we were going to lose Trevor Babin back to the Coast. The Red Wings were losing goaltenders, but Alex Lyon is back, which would have had that ripple effect that you were talking about, Brady. But it's good that Babin got to stay. But you're right, this time of year, anyone can be picked off a roster. So top guys on your team can definitely be one of those guys that might not be around for a couple of weeks.
Well, whether you have the full lineup or not, the rest of the league doesn't care. You're still going to have to find a way to survive this stretch, trying to keep pace with Binghamton. 16 points back as we get to kind of the midway point of the season. Have a couple of games in hand, but still a fair distance behind the leaders in the Empire. And Danbury's starting to figure it out. They're only 7 points behind Motor City for second place in the division.
Yeah, those races are going to tighten up. Luckily, we still have series against Binghamton down the line, so it's going to be nice. Obviously, going to New York after this weekend, you get to play Watertown, you get to play, Binghamton, so maybe you get to close that gap a little bit. But this is where the dog days of winter now happen, right? It's all jockeying for that playoff push. Can you close that gap? And that's why wins like last night were big. Stealing a point on Friday night is big. You need 3 points tonight, because next weekend you're going to need at least 3 points to just keep pace with those Black Bears.
And you have to find a way to score on the ice as well with some of the guys who have left. The leading scorer for Motor City is now TJ Delaney. He has 9 goals. That's the high on the Rockers. Next highest is Declan Conway with 7. There are going to be some guys that have to step up with really 4 or 5 different forwards not in the lineup. Someone's going to have to step up and take on a new role and bear a bigger load offensively.
Yeah, and luckily TJ Delaney's got that shot confidence. Had 4 goals last weekend. He's really coming into his own, playing very, very well. But guys like TJ Sneath has not missed a beat. He's your new Scott Koash at this point. Was held finally without a goal on Friday night, but he made up for that, last night as well. So he's one of those guys that is filling that role nicely, but other guys are stepping up. Cade Lambden's still red hot since joining the team. You have guys like, Roman Gaudet that can step up and score goals. And I heard it from the man himself. Jamie Milam is sick and tired of his slap shot missing. He wants to bury one as well. And he is just a couple of goals behind, I should say, of Josh Colton leading the defenseman in goals. So Milam wants to add that part of the score sheet as well in his game.
New Year's Eve matinee coming up in just a moment between the Rockers and their Michigan rival, the Port Huron Prowlers. We'll step aside as they announce starting lineup, play the national anthem. You're watching Motor City Rockers hockey. Looking to change your insurance coverage? Ronald Schucker is your local Farm Bureau insurance agent located in Shelby Township off of Van Dyke. He and his team have been protecting and providing Michigan families with auto, home, life, and health insurance since 2016. For all your insurance needs, trust Michigan Farm Bureau agent Ronald Schucker and request a quote today. As we get ready for the Motor City Rockers and the Port Huron Prowlers to do battle once again in the I-94 rivalry, we'll send it over to Ben Zalagi for the starting lineups for both sides on this final day of the calendar year. Ben.
Yeah, Port Huron on the front lines will be Liam Freeborn. He had a big night the other night, paired with the coach and captain Matt Graham and Dalton Jay, a guy who needs no introduction. The man from Hamilton, Ontario, is one of the fastest shots in the league. Did some damage last time he was here. The back line will be Braden Deck, Adam Heinzel, who just came back from IR, and in net tonight, Marker Sokolov from Omsk, Russia. That is your Prowlers. For the Rockers, it will be Tim Delaney up front, Cameron Bunt behind, Tristan Wells up front, Jamie Milam behind, and Mike Wynn will be taking the center role, and of course the man who needs no introduction, the Dark Knight himself out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania by North Carolina, Trevor Babin in net tonight.
And we are underway here at Big Boy Arena. A solid crowd here for another edition of this in-state rivalry. A whistle and an offside call just 13 seconds into the game. Thank you so much for spending your New Year's Eve with us. Rockers looking to take the weekend series. Win draws against Graham. Tied up. Prowlers control it. Sokolov comes out to play it, leaves for Deck. The far side couldn't find the tape, hit off the boards. Graham racing after it, swiping at it, just keeping it out of the zone. That could have been dangerous for Motor City.
Could have been, but I really like how Cam Bunt came in to help Milam. It's those veterans, right? They know how to space the ice pretty well and was able to recover and prevented a slide going the other way.
In the Prowler zone, Wells controls it. Right wing corner, rings it around the boards, coming up to play it, the big body of Roman Gaudet. Back up top, Rotundi sends it across. Coming up the shot, it just missed off the side. In close, knocked away, but the net off the moorings a minute into this one. Seen that a few times in this building. That will prevent a line change from Port Huron.
Yeah, we know our friend the left side of the ice. That net does not like to stay in place. It has antsy feet. It likes to move around. If only we can get pegs like they have at McMorran.
Right wing draw. Yeah, I can do without some of those whistles. Right wing draw in the offensive zone for Motor City. Prowlers control it. Heinzel skates it up to Graham. Return pass knocked away. Gaudet. Far side, that's Delaney dealing with it. In the corner. Gets pinned to the boards. Forces the turnover. Port Huron gives it right back. Rotundi controls it in neutral ice.
Yeah, Motor City doing a good job bailing. I think they know the deficiencies they have in the lineup tonight, just playing well, bailing at the right times, and they're going to face or make Port Huron really get the offense going. Probably see some stretch passing out of the Prowlers.
Sokolov gloves it. Delaney's shot couldn't beat the netminder in white. Another offensive zone draw from Motor City. A lot of play going on to our left. Get this game started, and not even a minute and a half in, already have a little bit of some words being exchanged between these two teams. Very familiar with each other.
Oh, yeah. Last year on New Year's Eve, there was at least 4 fights between these two teams. Last night, the temperature was turned up just a little bit as the game went on. Anytime you see a rival 3 nights in a row, the pot may overboil.
In their own zone, Alex Johnson with a rink-wide feed to the tape of Scantleberry, backhands it off the boards. Motor City controls in their own zone. Going back and forth, neutral ice. Port Huron trying to establish possession. Suffredini in his own zone trying to work off the man Sim. Johnson throws on net, misses wide left. On the half wall, far side, battle for it. Flip to neutral ice. Johnson controls it for Port Huron. Sends rink wide to Federley. Returns to Johnson. Pass knocked away, but it ends up back with Port Huron. Foley at center ice. Dumps in. Port Huron will go out for a change.
Yeah, didn't get the look they wanted. Change out a couple of defenders while you can, and Motor City's going to get the attack going and change behind the play just as well.
Win with the dump and the chase to the left corner. Wells comes in for reinforcement. Puck squirts out far side. Brian Parsons feeds to the left side. It is knocked away. Coming away with it, Sam Merritt. Feed across, and he couldn't find the stick of Brandon Picard. Would have had a high-quality opportunity if that pass connects.
Yeah, Picard has been looking for a goal. He's been hunting for one the past couple of games. Just couldn't settle down the puck with his stick. Was just a little too hot to handle.
Picard, the leading goal scorer for Port Huron, has 11 on the year, 20 total points. 16:45 to go, opening period, looking for that first goal. Dalton J. racing along the far boards, backhands it in deep. Played by Babin, sends it from whence it came. All the way back to neutral ice. Heinzel controls it back into his own zone. Feed up, forced for Freeborn. Knocked away, but Port Huron controlling the pace of play the last minute or so.
Yeah, starting to find that offense so far in the first 4 minutes.
A lot of battling between the blue lines as the veteran Jonathan Giuliano banks it off the boards. Gaudet chases after it. Deck gets there first. Gaudet just shoves it on net, goes through the 5-hole, and the first goal of the game wasn't very pretty, but it's 1-0 Motor City.
Has to go in somehow, some way. You'll take puck luck. It is a very fervent beast. You hate it when it's against you. You love it when it's on your side. Roman Gaudet gets his first even strength goal of the year. His previous two came with the man advantage.
Now, yes, that was not the prettiest goal, but Roman Gaudet was only in that position because of the hustle, because of the want to get to the puck, to even put himself in a position to get that puck luck. Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest goal you'll ever see, but hard work allowed that opportunity to happen.
Right through the clown's mouth. Oh, here we go. Well, Scantlebury, we know he's an instigator.
Taking someone off the ice. I think they're going both.
I think Lambden and Scantlebury are both going to go off.
It's going to be Conway and Scantlebury.
Ooh, well, yeah, I thought Lambden was going to be the one for the extra push in the back, but it's going to be 4-on-4, so no power plays just yet.
Put 2 minutes up on the board, so ice will open up just a bit.
Well, 2 minutes for each guy. Conway and Scantlebury both getting the 2.
Indeed, 4-on-4, but an offensive zone draw for Motor City. $16:03 to go, first period. Roman Gaudet puts the Rockers on the board early. Rotundi fakes the shot, gives left side for Fields, back up top. Rotundi's shot into the chest of Sokolov, but it squirted out. Ooh, looked like he controlled it. Couldn't hang on.
Yeah, had a little grease on it, dropped off the sweater.
Straight away, shot right into the mitt. Mitch Jones couldn't beat Trevor Babin.
What a weekend Mitch Jones is having. 2 goals, 2 assists in 2 games. Not bad.
Well, he's another player that's had coast experience, that's played at higher levels, that understands how to play the game, been around the area for a while. So he showed up and made an instant impact for this Prowler team.
And didn't he spend some time in Port Huron a couple of years ago as well?
I believe this is his first foray in the Fed. I believe he spent time in Port Huron, just not in the Fed.
Ah, okay.
In his younger days.
Well, we'll have our statisticians look that up, a.k.a. me.
Sufferdini into the offensive zone. Left wing circle, pass across, broken up by Sokolov. Minute 17 left to go on the 4-on-4, but a hand pass called. Neutral ice faceoff coming up.
Well, let's take a look. Nope, you're right. Spent some time, though, with the Plymouth Whalers with Danny Vanderweel. So there's that. Oh, wait, hang on. 2 games. 2020 to 2021. Hooray, research and homework. All right. Of course, in those 2 games, he didn't do anything in the COVID year.
That was a COVID year. That doesn't really count.
I was going to say, we all
didn't even give out the Commissioner's Cup that year.
No, we did not.
Freeborn takes it in the offensive zone. Can't get between a pair of Rockers. Milam had it. Was poked away back to Babin. Play goes on. Working out of his own zone. Burt feeds it up. Offensive zone in front. Milam tips it, and he can't quite beat Sokolov. The veteran tried to deflect it just enough. 14:48 to go in the first period. 1-0 Motor City on top of Port Huron thanks to Roman Gaudet. As we take a short break, Ben, I know one other game going on right now, and update us on shots on goal.
Yeah, shots on goal favors Motor City 4-1. Of course, the lone goal was scored by Roman Gaudet. That was his third of the year at the 3:50 mark for the 1-0 lead. Elmira has a 1-0 lead over Watertown right now. They're the only game going on in town. As we pull up their scores table sheet, can let you know who got that one. Well, a former Prowler, David Gaeta, who just got traded to Elmira.
One of the newest River Sharks.
Yep, got one there. He's been making an instant impact. He was trying to find his role here in Port Huron. Was doing okay, just seemed a little bit lost in the system, made a trade that benefited both teams. Of course, Port Huron will get future considerations out of that trade. We know Elmira needed bodies after last weekend, obviously. That's a good body to pick up, and obviously getting into the mix right away in Elmira.
Roman Gaudet got into the mix early. He got the scoring started for Motor City. 1-0 Rockers on top. 14:48 to go first period. 46 seconds left to go in the 4-on-4. Reminders to both Scantlebury and Declan Conway. From the right dot in the Prowler zone. Merritt draws against Sneath. Tie up. Tried to get it back to the point. Jay intercepts with speed into the zone. Left wing circle. Fires into the belly of Babin. Swallows it up. Get a whistle and some more pushing and shoving. Devon Fields had a few words for Sam Merritt.
I was going to say, Devon likes to play with his hair on fire. Don't want to light that match. He will hit you. And he's a big body. Good solid 200 pounds, if not more.
He flies around on the ice. You notice him when he's on the ice.
Yes, you do. Got rid of the dreadlocks, though. He's more, fade up top, but still the same hockey player we know and love.
Bringing that energy for Motor City. Going to need it down a few men. Into the offensive zone. Right wing circle. Wraparound attempt, and it can't find the mark.
No, Giuliano was right there. Tried to swipe it in. Couldn't get a stick on it, though.
TJ Delaney was looking for his 10th goal of the year. 10 seconds left to go in the 4-on-4. Puck deep in the Rockers' end. Banks off the boards. Controlling it, Delaney.
Both guys coming out of the box. We have 5-on-5 now.
Back to full strength hockey. Delaney lost it in his skates. Prowlers have it fully. Banks up, ends up with Scantlebury. Fresh out of the box, left wing circle, fires, and again, the belly of Trevor Babin stops the frozen biscuit. Keeps it a 1-0 game, and Suffredini, I believe, is going to the penalty box.
Yeah, so is Scantlebury after just getting released. And Tucker Scantlebury is one of those guys. He's an agitator for Port Huron. Obviously, the last time they were here in our barn in December, Elias Thompson and him fought. Elias Thompson finished the fight and got suspended out of it, but it looks like two Prowlers maybe. No, wait, looks like Foley's just talking to him, telling him to settle down.
Yes. Scantlebury back in the Kowalski meat locker, and we're back to 4-on-4 as, well, the official hot dog of the Motor City Rockers. That meat locker's been pretty full early on.
Yeah, I mean, we know it's going to get probably even fuller, but this is the second time Scantlebury's been in just as many minutes. But you can tell Paul Jean's not taking any chances tonight. If he sees anything remotely close to starting a fight, he's sending you into the box.
Obviously history between these two teams, but we're right back to 4-on-4 hockey. 13:43 to go. First period, 1-0 Motor City on top. In the neutral zone, Milam, the veteran, into the offensive zone, drop pass, right wing circle, and it's kicked away by Sokolov. Port Huron taking it into the offensive zone. Dumpson will send a few men back to the bench. Freeborn with a furious forecheck, able to hold off Motor City for a moment. Milam rink-wide pass picked off. Freeborn has a look, but the Rockers' defense closes in time. Minute 15 left to go in this 4-on-4. Open ice didn't really result in too many offensive chances the first time around.
No, not really. I mean, Motor City had a good one, but just couldn't find tape to tape.
Win, left wing circle, looking for the centering feed. Gaudet was tied up. Nice job by Brian Parsons of Port Huron. Working the other way. Schumacher into the corner, puts on the brakes. Able to retrieve the puck, lost it. Rotundi behind the net. Backhands, can't get it to safety. Still controls it. 40 seconds left to go in the 4-on-4. Gaudet can't use that extended reach to bring it in. He was sliding away from the puck. Rotundi, cross ice pass, knocked down by the body of Austin Federley. Slides into the Prowlers zone.
For a guy who doesn't play forward/center a lot, Mike Wynn is looking very comfortable up front.
A nice job keeping the pressure on Port Huron. 10 seconds until we're back to full strength, hopefully for a little longer than we were last time. Rings around the boards to the near side. Sent back by Fields, and we're back to 5-on-5 hockey.
Over under 30 seconds?
Oh, I'm hoping for the over, but I'm not confident. Delaney walks it into the zone. Puck sitting right in the middle. Giuliano fires on net. Saved by Sokolov. 11:36 to go in the first. 1-0 Rockers.
Well, so far so good. If you're betting the under, though, might.
Game 3 of 3 on the weekend, so they're sick of looking at each other. Teams that have history and teams that both have a couple firecrackers that can go off at any moment.
Oh, yeah. Well, again, Scantlebury is one of those guys. He likes to agitate. So does Lambden, though. Of course, Elias is dressed tonight, so you know just in case someone wants to throw down the gloves, Big Sexy's got some mitts he wants to throw.
Haven't seen the big man yet tonight. Long stretch pass. Conway chases after it. Sokolov not taking any chances. He covers up.
Well, and this is a good opportunity for Declan Conway, right? He's the guy who's, the second hand of that top pairing between him and Koash. He's a guy who likes to get his opportunities. He works hard for all of them, but he's been kind of in a goal slump here and there. He gets one and then he doesn't get one for a couple of days. Really good opportunity for him to start getting confident, getting that shot confidence back and pumping up those goals. Only right now has 7, and I say only 7. He probably should have more. He should be in double digits by now.
Musical chairs in the faceoff dot for Port Huron. The tie-up, Lambden upended someone. That was Scantlebury.
Surprise!
Yeah, well, those two are getting into it. We're only 9 minutes into this 60-minute hockey game. I have a feeling we're going to see a few fireworks tonight.
Were those not the two names I just said about a minute and a half ago?
Hey, no arms went up, so play goes on, and for that we're all thankful. Directed into the Prowlers zone. Port Huron comes away with it fairly quickly. Sim had it taken away. Back to neutral ice. Wells. And have a whistle and another draw. Not a lot of flow to this first period, Ben.
No, the first 9.5 minutes kind of start and stop. Of course, 2 4-on-4s for a total of 4 minutes will do that to you. But yeah, right now still a little stop and go. I think some guys are looking forward to celebrating the new year in a couple hours.
Port Huron will be celebrating the new year on the bus as they have heck of a road trip. They go down to Biloxi for 2 midweek games, a rarity, and then from Biloxi they have to turn east and go to Carolina. So Port Huron's going to put some miles behind them in the first week of the new year.
And this is the second, and they did this last year around the calendar.
Last year, and that's a brutal trip.
I mean, if you're Matt Graham, obviously we love the Fed. We work for the Fed. But if you're Matt Graham, do you not make a phone call to the commission and be like, guys, we're doing this again?
Yeah,
we're doing this again? Help us out.
It's a long, long trip. And
oh, my goodness.
You're packing the extra big suitcase for this one.
Yes, you are.
They have the bus out. They're leaving right from here. And that's after a 3-game weekend against Motor City. They are going to get some games in over the next short while. Trailing right now 1-0. Offensive zone. Shot in front, and Giuliano can't tip it past the netminder.
Like the idea, though. Center it in front. wait for those opportunities. Had a goal last night that they were shooting to deflect, and they got one there last night. So, like the idea. Keep it going.
Gaudet in the dirty areas with Delaney. That's a whole lot of hockey player in the corner for Motor City, but Port Huron comes away with it. Freeborn sends it in deep. Babin wanted the icing, doesn't get it. Jay returns to Graham. Centering feed poked away. Freeborn was set up right between the circles.
Yeah, Rotundi got a stick on it, got enough push on that shove to send it out to center. But, yeah, Babin wanted the icing. Matt Graham took advantage of the lazy defense and broke it.
9:19 to go in the first period. 1-0 Motor City thanks to Roman Gaudet, unassisted goal. Colton, two-line pass, hits the stick of Conway. Racing after it, Alex Johnson will beat him to the mark. Sends across to Mitch Jones, the newest Prowler, shovels it ahead. Over to Johnson, couldn't bring it in cleanly, pokes in deep. Suffredini, the first player, to the puck, banks it off the glass. Rink-wide feed, controlled by Mitch Jones for Port Huron. Johnson to Foley, tipped in deep. Babin comes out of the net to control it. Back deep in the rocker zone. Prowlers sending some fresh legs onto the ice.
Yeah, got a pair of defenders, sent it back down low to get some fresh forwards.
Colton in his own zone, D-to-D pass to Suffredini. Flips it diagonally and deep. Delaney, this time Tim Delaney had it for a moment, knocked away. Port Huron controls it once again, but loses it between the blue lines, only to gain it right back. That is Heinzel that skates it into the zone, but Suffredini takes it right back. It is a game of hot potato right now with the puck.
Definitely.
Tim Delaney takes it into the offensive zone, but wouldn't you know it, Port Huron controls it in their own zone. 7:52 to go, first period. 1-0 Motor City on top of Port Huron. Again, not a lot of flow, not a lot of, I don't want to say structure, just tight defense. You like to see that in game 3 of a weekend.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams right now just throwing the puck at each other, trying to get tape to tape. But again, you know, they've seen each other a lot this weekend. You're already protecting a 1-0 lead, and there's some Gaudet's going at it with Graham, I think.
Exchanging pleasantries as always. 7:30 to go, first period. 1-0 Motor City on top. Ben, let's update the shots on goal, and has anything else happened out in New York?
Well, Motor City has added 4 shots. Port Huron's added 2. That means the Rockers are leading 8-3 so far with 7:30 left here in the first period. Still, Roman Gaudet unassisted. They haven't added any apples to the cart just yet. But looking out at First Arena in Elmira, Watertown has evened it up thanks to a goal by Trevor Lord. David Gaeta was the one who got the scoring started 22 seconds in. Their shots are tied at 7 apiece, so they're tied on shots and tied on the scoreboard as well at First Arena.
Here at Big Boy Arena, 1-0 Motor City on top. And Ben, right now it feels like each side's waiting for the other to make a mistake and capitalize.
Yeah, and as of right now, like I said before, the little skirmish after the whistle, you're protecting the 1-goal lead, so that's something that's nice. But you're right, it seems like, and we know that 1 goal was basically puck luck. It was just a nice little shove between the 5-hole and the clown's mouth, whatever you want to call it. But as of right now, both these teams working through their processes, working through their structures, seeing what they can do. Motor City's really giving Port Huron a hard time. They're bailing at the right time. They're guys that are playing brand new hockey with Motor City, but they're playing the timeline really, really well, bailing at the right time. You're not seeing a lot of time on attack for Port Huron because of it. So right now, I think Motor City's okay just passing the puck along maybe 100 feet at a time. You have the 1-goal lead. You're protecting your D zone. Things are pretty good.
Feels like the first team to take a penalty and go down a man could have a big impact. Shot from point blank, Babin stands tall.
Yeah, and especially last night, Port Huron going 1 for 10, Motor City 3 for 6 with the man advantage. So yeah, you're right. Anytime you can maybe break that game open.
Port Huron has had a couple of opportunities from point blank, backhanded from Freeborn. Jay couldn't find it. Babin has faced a couple of high-quality chances.
Yeah, he had one from Picard about 3.5 minutes ago, and there was another good one there by Freeborn, who's been hot this weekend.
Graham to Jay. That connection found the back of the net quite a few times in the Fed. That time, Trevor Babin flashes the leather.
Yeah, Dalton Jay is a guy that can kill you. But as you say, they have a good connection. Want to give a shout out to our friend Will Wiggleman, Port Huron's broadcaster. If you go to their YouTube page after the game, they have a nice little feature about the Danbury boys. We're talking about Matt, Johnson and Jay all forming together, back in their time in Danbury and then coming to Port Huron and forging that friendship. It's a really cool story. It's about 8 minutes long, but it's nicely done by Will Wiggleman.
And Jay and Graham, number 4 and 5 all time in the Fed in points. Matt Graham's 300th game in Port Huron. These two have been around a while. They have been Port Huron for, the last half decade, essentially.
Yeah, well, we've said it before on this broadcast. He's a guy who's not a native, but you wouldn't know it. You go around Port Huron, everyone loves Matt Graham. He's a great representative of the city and the Blue Water Bridge area. You would think he was a Michigander, but he's not.
And we'll have our first penalty. It was a hard hit in the corner. From our vantage point, it was tough to see who they bring off.
Well, Rotundi is the one who's been laying the wood this weekend. It seems like he might be getting the escort.
Ryan Rotundi headed to the penalty box, and looks like we will have our first penalty kill, brought to you by Insight Health Care. Not feeling yourself? Visit one of Insight's locations across Southeast Michigan for all your medical needs and get some insight into your health today.
Well, Port Huron's closing the gap. Shots on goal now 8-7.
1-0 on the scoreboard for Port Huron. They have a pretty solid power play with a lot of the names we just mentioned.
So Rotundi's going to go in for boarding. It's only going to be 2 minutes, not 5. So he didn't take any liberties with the boarding, but that's what he's in for.
Federley sends the draw back to Johnson. Behind the net, Merritt controls it. Suffredini pressures back up to the blue line. Mitch Jones, one of the newest Prowlers, sends to the corner. Centering feed to Graham, got lost in the skates. Giuliano is able to get it to neutral ice and dump it in deep along the near boards.
Again, have to say it. 1 for 10 last night on the power play for Port Huron. They have a lot of work to do.
Federley skates it point blank and buries it. Beats Trevor Babin. Glove side. Too easy for Austin Federley. His second of the year. He skated by about 3 or 4 black jerseys en route to the goal.
Well, said had some work to do. Federley did just that. Port Huron did not waste any time getting it coast to coast. Federley just walked right through 3 rockers and beat Babin. Babin wasn't expecting him to fire, but 31 seconds in, got the tying goal.
Federley been playing both forward and defense this year. Seems when it's 5-on-5, he'll be back on the blue line, but he was the centerman on that first power play unit, and he buried it.
Yeah, well, again, he's a guy who can score. It's only his second goal of the season, but
officials having a word with the scorers table. Now they're talking to Jamie Milam and Evan Foley. I did not see what this was about. Was it supposed to be a double minor to Rotundi or 4-on-4? Was there extracurriculars I missed?
Paul Jean's not taking any chances. Well, it looks like maybe one was on Babin.
Yeah, they put 72 up.
So Delaney will serve for Babin from what it looks like, but again, don't know
what.
So wait.
Paul Jean having an extended conversation with Austin Federley, and I think they put 2 minutes up on the scoreboard here at Big Boy Arena for both sides. Right now, only a rocker is in the penalty box.
Well, and the funny thing.
And now there's more talking and shoving. This time it was Sam Merritt and Tristan Wells, and I believe they just gave Wells
a slashing call.
Paul Jean is not going to let anything go. And you know what? He's established it early. It's up to the guys on the ice to adapt to that.
Oh, he's sending Scantlebury back.
He's sending him with a little bit of vigor, too. Going to be 4-on-3.
Oh,
Him and Matt.
Oh, dude.
He's having some harsh words for Matt Graham as Tristan Sim goes over. Sure, why not?
Well, Paul Jean, the head of officials, is laying down the law. But I heard it from up here. Did you hear what he told Matt Graham? I don't give a.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we'll wait. This is, oh my goodness, we're having a friggin' convention about this. And all after a very normal, a nice wrister from Austin Federally made it 1-1. We're going to 4-on-3. Are we settled now? Are we good?
I will say.
Oh, now someone else just got a misconduct.
Well, so.
Did Gordy get it? It was to the bench. Come on.
So let's start sorting this out a little bit. Trevor Babin is got a 2-minute misconduct for unsportsmanlike.
Wait, is that what it's listed as?
It's unlisted as unsportsmanlike.
Or sportsmanlike conduct.
So did Makar Sokolov. That's why I saw 72 on the scoreboards up there. So both
How
of them.
How did Sokolov get it in that exchange?
I do not know.
Hold on, that can't. There has to be some. There's no way Sokolov on a goal at the other end picked up a minor.
I do not know. I agree with you. I don't know.
At this point, I'm afraid if I talk too loud, I'm going to get 2 minutes.
Well, Brady, you know I love you, but it's okay. If one of us goes to the box, the other one can carry the broadcast.
We do have two of us.
It's not the worst thing in the world.
Come on, guys. There's a point of trying to control things and just being ornery. I get you have to control things. I'm in favor of it, but so it's 5-on-3. That's what Austin Federally is signaling. So my best guess is the first two penalties are offset. Then the slashing penalty, and then another one in front of the from the Rockers bench. It
has to be a bench minor because that's the only thing that makes sense at this point. Has to be a bench minor.
So Elias Thompson serving on the scoreboard for Motor City. It says that it is Tim Delaney and Tristan Wells with the penalties, but Elias Thompson in. Ben, when it's all reset, let us know. By the way, it's another Insight Healthcare penalty kill twice over. So if you're not feeling yourself, if you're ended up in the box a lot, make sure to visit one of Insight's location across Southeast Michigan for all your medical needs and get some insight into your health today. 30 seconds into the 5-on-3. Just glad we have some hockey actually being played right now.
Wait, that's what we're here for?
Yeah. Johnson from the right wing circle. You can see a very patient approach from the Prowlers. Pass across. Nice job getting it tipped away. The veteran Cam Burt just stuck the stick out and was able to get 3 fresh bodies on the ice.
See, like I said, it's not a Band-Aid, it's a gauze pad with these guys. They have good hockey IQ.
Rink-wide pass to Federally. He's the one who just tied it up. 5 minutes to go in the first, minute left to go in the 5-on-3.
So Elias Thompson is serving for the bench minor.
Okay.
So there is that. Everything else is up to date.
Johnson, right wing circle. A howitzer gets sticked away.
I am sick and tired of Mitch Jones.
Mitch Jones back to Johnson. Shot slid wide of the net. 40 seconds left to go in the 5-on-3. Back to Johnson, left side. Shot doesn't make it past the defense. To the far corner. Federally has it, walks it up. Back to Johnson. Near point. Rink-wide pass taken away by Milam. He holds for a moment, banks off the board, sends it down. Port Huron only has 20 seconds left to go in the 5-on-3.
Again, that high hockey IQ. Jamison Milam knew what he had to do and killed about 10 seconds with that.
That was a work smarter, not harder situation. Scantlebury, stonewalled by Babin. Didn't have a good angle. Port Huron will have 8 seconds left after, well, would you look at that, another stoppage. This time our media timeout. And Ben, for our scheduled media timeout, why don't we update the shots for the final time this period? And is Elmira and Watertown having as interesting of a game as we are?
Well, Elmira took the lead. We'll get into that in just a second. 8 seconds left of the 5-on-3. As we said, Port Huron was climbing back in the shots on goal department. They have now tied it at 8 apiece. Of course, let's clear up everything, what happened to the 5-on-3. Unsportsmanlike conduct. to Makar Sokolov and Trevor Babin. Tristan Wells went in for that slashing minor.
It still says Sokolov.
It still says that he's in there.
What did he do 200 feet away?
I do not know. Maybe he smiled wrong. I don't know. But Elias Thompson went in for the penalty on Gordy Brown, so he's serving that again. He'll be free in about 8 seconds. And what's going on at First Arena? Well, another Port Huron Prowler getting a goal. Larry Vartiainen getting one on the power play with 2.5 left in the first period. Vartiainen and Gaeta with the 2 goals for the River Sharks. Trevor Lord, who's been red hot, is the lone goal scorer for the Wolves, which, of course, we will see the Wolves very, very soon. We'll see them on Friday, to be in fact.
All right, 8 seconds left to go in the 5-on-3. Motor City trying to kill 2 penalties at once. It'll be a mad dash out of the sin bin as Rotundi rings around the boards, can't get it past the blue line. Back to 5-on-5. Johnson to the corner, centers Jay from point blank, denied by Babin. Devon Fields knocked off the puck, turns it over. Graham to Jay, right wing circle, puts on the brakes, turns around. Rink wide pass through the legs of Jones. Shot across the way, and Motor City flips it to neutral ice just to had a short reset.
Yeah, 2 guys come on, Giuliano and Gaudet.
3:25 to go in the first period. All knotted up at 1. Gaudet trying to body his way deeper into the zone. Unable to do so. Is a nice job by Parsons to kind of box him out.
Well, so far, so good. I was going to say, I mean, for what happened on that 5-on-3, you didn't give up a goal. So, you know.
And not a lot of high-quality chances considering the circumstances.
No.
Giuliano with the backhand dump. Deep in their own zone, Prowlers skated out. Evan Foley to the near side. Picard into the offensive zone, has it knocked away. Hustling the other way, Suffredini wants to hurry with Conway. Cross-ice pass broken up. Ben, you saw it as well as I did. If that puck gets through, that's a high-quality chance for number 96.
I will give credit to Brian Parsons, taking a thigh, breaking it up. But again, it's that spacing Brian Parsons can do, right? He's a guy who likes to bail properly. He's a really good defender for Port Huron. Of course, he's from the East Coast in Massachusetts and Shrewsbury, but that was a very shrewd move there by Brian Parsons. Very nice play to break that one up. If he doesn't, that's a goal.
Offensive zone draw controlled by Port Huron. Lambden throwing his body around. Suffredini at the point. Slap shot slides wide. Banks off the back of the net. Squirts out far side. Picard has numbers and Evan Foley lost his stick.
I think it broke.
It's sitting right in the middle of center ice.
I think that blade is a little detached, and he dropped the stick. He knew it immediately, and there's a pool cue on the felt.
That was a bad time for Port Huron for that to happen. Motor City not going to complain. Stopped an odd man rush. Wynn chases after it, but Heinzel slaps it back to the blue line. Under 2 minutes to go in the first period. Deadlocked at 1. Federally for Port Huron. Gaudet for Motor City. And that stick causes another opportunity for Federley, and he misses wide left. Shot back, and Babin covers it up.
I will say this. That is on the officials. That
and
stick.
Look at this conversation.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, that's on the officials. You have to clear a stick when you have the opportunity. Push it to the side. They left it just laying there at the point. You can't do that.
For about a minute.
You can't do that. And, of course, Cam Burt was the one who tripped on it.
Do we have another timeout?
Well, I think this would be the last one of the period.
I thought we had all 3, but all right. Why not?
Well,
we've had a little bit of everything in this first, so Ben, hey, this is house money for you right now. Go wild, do what you want.
Well, I will say this: I can't really update anything happening at First Arena. They are through the first period. It is a 2-1 game. Elmira having the lead. They do lead shots on goal, 11-10. Again, Larry Vartianen, David Gaeta, the goal scorers for the River Sharks out there in New York. Trevor Lord, the lone goal scorer, even strength for the Watertown Wolves. Again, Motor City will travel out to Watertown, then Binghamton next weekend. But of course, right here, with 99 seconds on the clock, Port Huron has officially overtaken the lead. Shots on goal now leading 10-8, but it's still tied 1-1 here, thanks to goals by Roman Gaudet and Austin Federley, both unassisted at the time. Federley's, of course, was with the man advantage. Port Huron now 1 for 3 with the man advantage, but they still got one nonetheless after only getting 1 in 10 opportunities last night.
Fan Saves and the Rockers have partnered to help you save money. Go to the App Store on your phone, download the Fan Saves app, follow the Motor City Rockers, and you're on your way to scoring deals with our partners like the winger of the game scores. It is, 6? You can score 6 BOGO boneless wings from B-Dubs. Just got to show them on the phone.
Yeah, we need Cade Lambden to cash that one in. Last time we had that opportunity, that was TJ Sneath last weekend.
Delaney sends it on net right to the mitt of Sokolov.
Speaking of TJs,
I kind of like how this big line has been playing for Motor City the last couple of weekends. This is a group that, with guys inactive and guys that are hurt, that need to produce a little more, that have to be a little more than maybe a third line, a big checking line. Going to have to find the back of the net, and they've already done it once tonight. Yeah,
TJ Delaney really feeling comfortable, starting to freelance within the system as well. He's really starting to blossom the past couple of weeks. But you got to credit Giuliano, right? He's a guy who's been playing in the league for a while. Unfortunately, due to a health scare last year, was on the bench. So he sees the game from a bird's eye view and a 200-foot view when he's on the ice. He's really anchoring that line. Roman Gaudet is getting off to a slow start, but with those two guys and Giuliano at the front, you can do a lot of damage as they all start to gel, like that second line did before it got broken up.
Delaney takes a shot from a tough angle, can't find the mark. One thing I do like about that line is you have two big guys for Gaudet and Delaney to make room for the veteran. Milam fakes the slap shot, throws on net, and it's in the back of the net. Jamie Milam didn't use the clapper, a little wrist shot. Rockers on top 2-1.
Again, was talking to him before the game. He said, I got to stop using that slap shot. Uses the wrist shot. You know the Jameson stuff is at the top shelf. That was a top shelf opportunity. Milam with a big goal, giving us a 2-1 lead.
Wasn't sure in real time if it was tipped or not. I believe Sokolov got part of it with the stick, but didn't get enough of it. Milam led them through the line. I'm going to go with Jamie Milam. That's it, his 4th of the year.
I was going to say, Jameson poured himself a glass. I think that was tipped by Sokolov, and that was it.
50 seconds left to go in the first. Rockers back on top. Sneath back near side of beauty. Tick, tack, toe. Prowlers up by 2.
Oh, it's not. Oh, now there's pushing and shoving. Deck's going to go to the box. But my goodness, tic-tac-toe is right. What a play by Devon Fields to feel. He felt Declan Conway in the near side circle. Beautiful little tic-tac-toe. Sneath finding Fields to Conway, and that was the goal.
A highlight reel goal for Motor City to give them the 2-goal lead. And then at least a 5-on-4 coming up. Those were a couple of beautiful tape-to-tape passes. We'll see what goes up on the board as Deck goes to the Kowalski meat locker. Kowalski has the official hot dog of the Motor City Rockers. And I am assuming this will be a longer explanation. So I will also let you know that the Power Play is brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. Learn how Genesis can put more money in your pocket and become one of its over 200,000 members at genesiscu.com or at 28 convenient locations near you. Anyone else be sent to the box while I was telling the people about Genesis?
I thought Evan Foley was getting motion, but he just said, no, you have to play. Braden Deck will go to the box for unsportsmanlike conduct after breaking up the goal celebration.
Shot was covered up by Sokolov. Come on, we got 42 seconds until the break. We had like 5 good minutes in there of just hockey.
Well, the funny thing is we thought the game would explode on a power play. Looks like killing the 5-on-3 has really buoyed Motor City, getting 2 big goals. The difference so far.
42 seconds left to go in the period. Motor City with the last couple of goals to make it 3-1. Milam to the right side, Wynn throws on net, it's tipped loose, near side. Motor City controls it, 30 seconds left to go in the opening frame. Wynn at the point, keeps it just inside the blue line, returns to the veteran Milam at the point. He scored the middle of the 3 goals. Milam on net, and Sokolov hopped to try to shoulder that one away. 15 seconds left for the Rockers. Milam, right wing circle, slap shot deflected. Believe that was Sneath that got a stick on it. 4 seconds left, and Port Huron will send it to safety. We'll head to the first intermission. Motor City 3, Port Huron 1. And what was an eventful first period, and are we going to get to the locker rooms without incident?
Well, Alex Johnson, who's also an instigator, TJ Delaney were going at it, and TJ Delaney said, "I'm bleeding. He slashed my hand."
Looks like we're all set for the, I think we're good to start recapping the period. So Ben, hopefully nothing happens, but recap those first 4 goals and how we got here to 3-1 after 20 minutes.
Well, it was some stop-and-go traffic and rush hour, but we did get a 3-1 final here after 1. But how it started, Roman Gaudet at the 3:50 mark got that one. It wasn't pretty. Went through the clown's mouth. It was 1-0 on his 3rd of the year unassisted. Austin Federley took advantage. He went coast to coast. 11 minutes later, just walked in, broke the triangle of Rockers, fired a shot on Babin, who was not expecting the shot, tied it up at 1 on the power play. And then after that was all Motor City even strength goals to wrap up the period. In the last 2 minutes, Declan Conway, well, no, they have it mixed up. We will get this figured out. So first it was Jamie Milam, who got that nice little chip shot, we'll say. It was assisted by TJ Delaney and Roman Gaudet. And then it was that beautiful tic-tac-toe parade down the offensive zone. It was Sneath to Fields to Declan Conway to make it 3-1. Declan Conway, we said he's a guy who's a little bit behind pace for his scoring. Now has 8 on that beautiful goal. It was 3-1. And shots on goal now favor Motor City, 12-10. And again, it's still the first intermission at First Arena in Elmira.
Before we step aside for the first intermission, I want to let you know that Lasting Impressions Promotional Marketing is the official merchandise provider of the Motor City Rockers. This family-owned Michigan business is conveniently located in Canton, Michigan. Looking for corporate branding with excellent value at an economical price? Check out Lasting Impressions at liteam.com. That's liteam.com. A proud partner of your Motor City Rockers. 3-1 Rockers on top of Port Huron in what has been a feisty New Year's Eve game. Me and Ben will step aside. We'll be back with more Motor City Rocker hockey in a little bit. You're watching Motor City Rocker hockey. Back here at Big Boy Arena, 3-1 Motor City on top of Port Huron. A first period that had 10 penalties between it in just 20 minutes of action. Ben, it was an interesting first period to say the least. Hopefully things calm down for the middle frame.
It would be nice if they calmed down for the middle frame, but again, Paul Jean not taking any prisoners, not taking any chances. We knew last night temperatures were starting to rise a little bit about midway through the game last night.
Let's be honest, they haven't cooled between these two teams in a year and a half.
Okay, well, I'll stop being polite, okay? So temperature is always going to rise between these, two teams. The I-94 rivalry is very healthy. But, yeah, I mean, we knew this was going to happen. Last New Year's Eve, there was 4 fights. I went and double-checked. There was 4 fights in the first, and then 2 in the first and then 2 in the second. The third period, the game got out of hand. Port Huron was getting goals. They won that one 6-3. But, yeah, I mean, Paul Jean, again, short leash, not taking any prisoners, not taking any chances. Him and John Statarski really having a very tight grip on the leash tonight. And no one, not even Coach Brown, not even Coach Matt Graham.
He doesn't get a lot of, and Gordy does not get a lot of bench minors. Like he is, at least from what I've noticed, one of the more tamer coaches.
Yeah.
Like there's some that frequent the score sheet with penalties. Gordy's not one of them.
No, and the bench minors that the Rockers have taken this year have been too many men, right?
Yeah.
Or something like that. It's not arguing with an official. I think Gordy did get one of those, earlier this year. So this might be his second if we go back and really start parsing out everything after we're about halfway through the season here in game now 22. But again, it's something that the fans here at Big Boy Arena know what's going on. And they welcomed the officials in the way that they felt was necessary when they came on the ice. It was a chorus of hellos. But again, you understand where Paul Jean is coming from. He wants a very tight ship. He wants this not to get out of hand. You can respect his line of thinking. You just hope within that line of thinking there's a little more leeway, there's a little more hockey, there's a little more, flow to the game. We want to see flow to the game. This game is still very well tight and close. A lot of these games between these two teams have been tight and close this year. Again, you just want more flow. You actually want to see hockey and not, rush hour traffic on a Monday afternoon.
Declan Conway made it 3-1 right before the period ended. That was the Ronald Shocker insurance goal. He is your local Farm Bureau insurance agent located in Shelby Township. They have been protecting and providing Michigan families with auto, home, life, and health insurance. For all your insurance needs, trust Michigan Farm Bureau agent Ronald Shocker. Rockers will start this period with 1:12 of the man advantage carried over from the first. Rockers control the opening draw and make it a 3-goal game. Milam horseshoes around the boards. Along the near half wall win, over to Milam, walks it up, big slap shot, gets pushed to the corner. Milam back to the point for Win, over to TJ Sneath, returns to Win at the point. Right wing circle, Sneath walks it up, tried to work around Johnson, did a nice job denying Sneath. Left side, Milam, one touch back to Win, 30 seconds left to go in the man advantage. Just around the perimeter. Prowlers sucked that penalty kill in. Down to 22 seconds. Throws on net, it's loose, and it's in the back of the net. The rebound buried. TJ Sneath makes it 4-1 Rockers.
Well, the Genesis Credit Union power play resulted in a goal for Motor City. Really liked the way, though, Mike Wynn was quarterbacking that power play with Milam. They were playing that point very, very tough. Finally, Wynn said, you know what, I'm going to rip it. I'm going to rip it, shoot for a rebound. That's exactly what happened. Beautiful rebound goal there by Sneath.
The 7th of the year by TJ Sneath. And in a very, very short amount of time, it goes from being tied at 1. There was 1:09 left in the first when the Rockers took the 2-1 lead. We're not even a minute into the second period, and it's 4-1. Rockers on top. Jay trying to answer. Pass slides harmlessly to the corner. Schumacher can't bring it in, tried to knock it down. Played by Sokolov. Schumacher sends to the far side. Parsons dumps in deep, rings around the boards. Bringing it in for Port Huron. Freeborn. Jay tries to lay a hit. Parsons from the point. Deflected up and into the netting. We have a whistle. 18:20 to go in the second period. 4-1 Motor City.
So, Brady, I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. We were in this scenario on December 9th. Last time Marker Sulfurov played Motor City, and of course things happened after the third period we do not want to discuss because we don't like going into dark places here at Big Boy Arena. So I'd like to see another goal, please.
Yeah, and this is this is going to be a test. Motor City's done a fine job over the last month or so. They've been able to get leads to establish a strong start to the game. But Port Huron has been one of the teams that's erased a multi-goal deficit and down a couple guys. Motor City needs to find a way to keep the foot on the gas pedal, not let up.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Again, also, what's different than earlier in this month, Babin is 100%. The flu bug going around the locker room is now gone. It's dissipated. And his lower body's feeling better. So, a lot of good omens, but we'll still knock on wood anyways. How about that?
18:09 to go in the second period. Rockers by 3. Milam feeling it. He lets a ripper go, and there's more pushing and shoving in front of the net. Braden Deck, Tristan Wells, those two have been in the middle of a few scuffles so far today.
Tristan's one of the nicer, gentle giants you'll see in the locker room. So when you are under his skin like the way the Prowlers are right now, you're going to see a different side of that giant. I don't know if you want to wake up that giant, but he's now getting into it, as you said, a couple of times post-whistle so far today. But you might push him over the edge just 1 second. He might get into a fight. That's the one thing we have not had yet. Close, but not yet.
We have not had anyone drop the gloves. Merritt, offensive zone, left wing circle. And it's gloved by Babin. Took it out of midair. Federley was going to try to deflect it, and wouldn't you know it, a few more dance partners match up.
Well, Babin doing the smart thing, going to the corner. Listened to Grandma last night. Grandma said, Trevor, I don't want you fighting. And Trevor went to the corner like a smart boy.
Well, let's be honest. Trevor Babin has a bit of a rap sheet. So getting out, it's part of being smart is knowing that you have a bit of a rap sheet, that you get to the corner, you avoid anything that could implicate you, because sometimes when it hits the fan, you go to what you know, you assume, and, well, there have been times where Trevor Babin's been in the middle of it. Well, looks like Roman Gaudet's going to the penalty box, and the Prowlers are getting a power play, and that means Motor City's going on to the penalty kill, brought to you by Insight Healthcare. Not feeling yourself? Visit one of Insight's locations across Southeast Michigan for all your medical needs and get some insight on your health today.
Well, I assume it's going to be roughing on Roman Gaudet, but he's just protecting Babin. There was some, close, friendly fire.
Port Huron goes back on the power play, Ben. As you noted earlier, struggled last night. Have already found the back of the net once on the man advantage today. Puck goes into the bench.
So I'm going to correct myself. It was another unsportsmanlike conduct. So today, we now have 5 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. That's more than about half right now on the score sheet. So there you are.
19 seconds into the Insight Healthcare penalty kill. Player, coach, not captain anymore, player, coach, GM for Port Huron, Matt Graham wins the draw. Puck knocked around, and Sneath comes away with it. Has a one-on-one. He just throws on net. Forces the whistle.
When you wear many hats like Matt Graham does, I think you're okay taking a letter off your sweater and saying, hey, someone else, you can lead the team.
It turned to a league rule that if you're a player coach, you can't be a captain.
Yep, well, in Matt Graham's case, he's everything but, right?
Right. 1:29 to go in the man advantage for Port Huron. Prowlers draw next to their own net. Scantleberry controls it. Back for Freeborn. Strides up the middle of the ice to Merritt. Short feed, Scantlebury can't hold on to it. Suffredini gets there first. Backhands it to the near corner, and it's sent to safety all the way down the ice. The penalty kill, still doing a nice job after that initial goal. They killed a 5-on-3. Now, just a couple ticks away from being midway through another one.
Yeah, Port Huron right now 7th in the league on the power play. Bottom half of the league, again, last night 1 for 10. Right now 1 for 3. So they're still working through some things. But they have guys who can shoot from the outside. They have a shooting gallery at the point. They really do.
Scantlebury, left wing circle, back to that point. Returns to Scantlebury, fakes the slap shot. Lambden broke it up. Jay picks up the loose puck. 35 seconds left to go in the power play for Port Huron.
That was like diving in front of a bullet. Just not exactly a check by Cade Lambden, but ran into the stick with his body.
In the corner. Turning around Merritt, down to 18 seconds left to go on the man advantage. Colton picks it up around the boards, past the outstretched stick of Lee and Freeborn, and that should all but kill the minor penalty to Roman Gaudet. 3, 2, and 1. Back to 5-on-5 hockey. Milam takes it away. Gaudet out of the box. Left wing circle, forehand, and it poked away. Cleaning it up, the veteran, Jonathan Giuliano. 5-1 Rockers.
Well, like I said, I'm not superstitious. I'm a little stitious. Jules, I think, feels the same way. Got a big insurance goal there, making it 5-1. The good omens continue here as we wrap up 2023.
Makar Sokolov has not controlled the crease very well today. That's what, the second or third rebound goal. And a timeout from Port Huron. With 15:46 to go. Matt Graham could feel this one starting to slip away before a lengthy road trip.
Well, it was a beautiful play by Milam to stop it, fed it to Gaudet, and Gaudet did a little bit of a dangle. It was a shot. It wasn't a dangle. It was just a little bit away for Giuliano to officially finish up that play, and we have a goal change now.
Yeah, I think you could hear a stick being slammed somewhere in the vicinity of the Prowlers bench, and Ian Wallace goes in after, well, Motor City did a number on Makar Sokolov. 5 goals given up in under 20 shots.
It's a lot.
That's not a math major. That's not a good ratio.
No.
And if you're Port Huron, the frustrating part is that happens immediately after you just had 2 minutes on the man advantage.
Yeah.
So you're hoping to cut a 3-goal deficit down to 2, and instead you dig yourself in a bigger hole.
Well, when one for 4 essentially goes in net, it's not your night.
Gaudet had a couple of points today. He's been picking it up a bit as of late. Back behind the net. Schumacher had it knocked away. Parsons slides up the near side. Off the near boards, Freeborn. Babin plays it out of the net, Giuliano. Parsons over the right side. Shot doesn't make it through. Ooh, that one hurt a bit.
Yeah, Lambden felt that one.
Conway racing up the near boards. Right wing circle, holds onto the puck. The wraparound buries it. Was the net still on the moorings? Now we have some fisticuffs.
It's Lambden and Federley. Conway's goal is going to count.
6-1 Declan Conway. That stands his 9th of the year, 2nd of the game. Austin Federley fired up as he goes over to the penalty box. Going to need a lot of energy to erase a 5-goal deficit.
Well, Federley's just an apple away from a Gordie Howe.
Let's see if it's just Federley and Lambden. Merritt's going in as well, so I'm assuming, I don't know, he was just delivering the yard sale to Federley.
Who needs Amazon drivers when you got a teammate like Sam Merida? Express.
They still haven't put the goal up on the board.
It has to count. I mean, the goal counts and then the fight happens. So
I think if it was for anything, it would be for the net saying it wasn't completely on.
Well,
that would be what would derail it. Everyone's lined up at center ice.
Well, Lambden and Federley still talking. Kate is even telling him, he's like, look, man. Like, and then he's just like I'm trying to just understand, right? I'm trying to understand what they're maybe talking about because
it's a long conversation.
Well, Landon keeps saying, I hear you. I mean, it seems like a gentlemanly talk, even though they fought.
I don't know
but I don't know
how gentlemanly it is.
I don't know.
So we got 5-on-5. That has been situated, and the goal goes up on the board. So it's 6-1. And for a Motor City team that been getting ready for this one, even after they put up some goals in McMorran, just looking at it, just a little nervous. Anytime you've lost as many goal scorers as Motor City has, you just get a little uneasy. All right, is it sustainable? Who's going to step up? Doesn't matter who's in net right now for Port Huron. Motor City's doing a nice job beating them.
Yeah, well, again, the second half of the dynamic duo is still here. That's Declan Conway. He's behind his pace from last season, and he has 2 tonight. So he's starting to find his groove. He's a guy who can really buoy this team in goals. And now Conway is tied with TJ Delaney at 9, which is now the team lead.
14-10 to go in the second period. The other thing Motor City's doing that I like is they're not letting up. They're still playing on the attack. Gaudet, right wing circle off the right shoulder of Wallace. He didn't even know where it was.
And then Wallace trying to fix the net. I will say this, though. Remember before, on December 8th, before the bad juju happened, what was the final of that game? 7-1.
Yeah.
So that's the funny thing about this rivalry, right? It's either very, very close or it's scores like this. And the funny thing is that Port Huron never is the one on the opposite side of that, right? They're always the one that, it's maybe a 1-goal win, a 2-goal win, an extra frame win. But Motor City, for the lack of scoring that they've missed, shows how much that depth really is. They brought back a lot of forwards from last year's team. All the guys know the system. They're playing well in it and doing a good job just stuffing that score sheet. Did it against Elmira last weekend. Doing it again now.
13:55 to go in the second period. 6-1 Motor City is our first media timeout. Let's take a look at the shots on goal. And I don't think Elmira and Watertown have had as much fun of a game as we have.
No, definitely not. But shots on goal favoring Motor City, 22-13. Of course, Declan Conway just got that last one. It's now I got to double check. Yeah, 5 straight unanswered goals for Motor City. Just had to check the math. Checking out, though, at First Arena, they haven't really done much. They're about 4 minutes away from going into the second intermission. It is still 2-1 thanks to goals by David Gaeta and Larry Vartiainen for the River Sharks. So the Wolves are battling right now. But, of course, the Wolves they've had a fight already, a couple of slashing, roughing. So they're also having a physical game at First Arena like we are.
Worth noting, Austin Federley during that timeout skated back towards the Prowlers locker room. Nothing on the score sheet. Maybe getting something looked at. I don't believe it was a misconduct of any kind. Win, left wing circle from a negative angle. And oh my goodness, the net off the moorings again.
Well, that's a Wallace staple. I mean, let's be honest. Ian Wallace is a guy who likes to push hard post to post. He's a guy who likes to ground himself post to post. And, again, McMorran, they have pegs that go into the concrete. Here we don't have those.
Let's just keep it simple. How many times did it happen when the 2 starting goalies were in? Once?
Maybe twice. Maybe twice.
How many times has it happened in the 2 minutes Wallace has been in net? 3, 4 times?
To be fair, though, Babin doesn't use post to post, and when he does, he pushes lightly. He knows the home field advantage here, right? It's just a style thing. I really think it just comes down to a style thing if you want to be simplistic about it. Wallace is one of the strongest guys on the team in Port Huron too. Those legs can carry a lot of weight. So when he kicks the post, he does it with a lot of fervor.
Oh, hey, more pushing and shoving as Foley and Heinzel, as there's Elias Thompson in the middle of it. Haven't seen him on the ice too much. But while they sort this out, talking about the Nets, we will let you know that if you see the writing on the crossbar, it's Iconic Goaltending, and they have clinics here in Metro Detroit for young goaltenders looking to improve their game. Information on private lessons, team skates, performance analysis, and more can be found at iconicgoaltending.com.
Of course, we have iconic goaltending here in Trevor Babin.
He has been pretty solid. As backhand from Conway looking for the hat trick saved by Wallace. 13-16 as this period inches along. It has been as stop-start as the first was.
Yeah, still dealing with rush hour traffic here at Big Boy Arena. We're only inching ahead, stopping, inching ahead, stopping. If you want to change the radio station, you can, Brady. You got the aux.
All right, we have the puck drop. Let's see if we can get a little up and down action, a little flow to this game. 13:09 to go in the middle frame, 6-1. Motor City. Been lighting up the scoreboard early and often on New Year's Eve. Left wing circle. Shot. Can't find the mark. Sneath looking for number 10. Looking for number 8 on the year. In the near corner, Port Huron Motor City. A couple of black-white jerseys fighting over the puck. Slips out to the top. Return free to Jones. Haven't said his name as much in the second period. He was all over the ice in period 1.
Yeah, again, I'm sick and tired of seeing him. It's only been 3 games. That's a compliment. He's playing really, really well. Mitch Jones is a guy who was a great get by Matt Graham, has a very dangerous slap shot. When I say I'm sick and tired of him, it's for good reason. He's a good player.
And would you believe it, the net is off the moorings.
No.
I mean, how many times does it have to happen with a specific guy?
I think this time you got to give him a warning, and I think that's maybe what they're talking about on the bench. I mean, again, I know it's his style.
But Sokolov was in the net.
Again,
Babin was in that net.
I agree with you.
If your style's knocking the net off the mooring, that's an issue.
It is. I am not debating that fact. I'm just saying it's his style. It's going to happen again. So that's why they're probably warning the bench. They don't care.
Oh, we did get a misconduct from someone.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's Ian Wallace complaining. Or Matt Graham or Alex Johnson.
Well, if you get the
there's Matt.
If you get the misconducts, someone has to serve. And it looks like Matt Graham got 2 for unsportsmanlike. Oh, we're going to 5-on-5.
Well,
so Graham's just going to the box. I'm assuming he got 10 minutes.
Has to be a 10-minute misconduct at this point. Because if not, we shouldn't be 5-on-5. Well, it's a 10-minute at this point. And Matt Graham just...
Good news for him is he can focus more on the coaching side than the playing side from the box.
Well, he's throwing things in that Kowalski meat locker. He's messing up what we have over there.
Oh, hey, a fan just got a water bottle. Look at that.
So, yep.
Because Ben, if Sokolov wouldn't get warned for pushing off the post, the Rockers wouldn't be up by 5 right now.
Another good point. Did you take debate classes?
It is the difference. I actually did. I had a really tough teacher in that class, too. That was I got a B in that one, and I was over the moon for that one. She had us ready to debate in the UN or something. It was quite the experience. Hope everyone's had quite the experience with us. It has been a interesting New Year's Eve. Starting to become a tradition, playing a out there game on New Year's Eve between these two teams at Big Boy Arena.
Definitely. I was going to say, my hardest class was philosophy, and it was only because we got into so many debates, we didn't really learn anything.
That's just philosophy in a nutshell.
It is. But of course, when you have tests and you don't learn anything, how are you supposed to prepare for the tests? You don't talk about, so-and-so's theory, so-and-so's theory. It was just, oh, no.
What's your philosophy on sending water bottles to the crowd?
Well, fans get thirsty, so, I appreciate the thoughts from Matt Graham looking out for the fans here at Big Boy Arena. But the philosophy is, in general, you want to keep the equipment in-house. So that's a no-no.
Close, and Wallace saves it, and the net stays on the moorings.
Hey, well, I think we got super glue up here. That might help.
10:58 to go. We are not even halfway through this game. This game started an hour and a half ago. This has been a slow-moving one, to say the least. At center ice, controlled by Burt, over to Milam. Skating into the zone, wins, shot to the center of Wallace. Covers it up. We'll have another whistle and another draw.
Well, I guess if you can't knock the net off the moorings, you just freeze every time, huh?
That is a solution to the issue.
That would be one of them, yes.
Draws to the left of Wallace. Motor City scored the last 5 goals. Doesn't make it through traffic. Gaudet picks up the loose puck. Skates it back to the point himself. To the right wing circle. Still holding on to it. Pass to Giuliano, got knocked away. And a penalty. The whistle was blown before the shot went in. But how is that? Who's this penalty on?
Count it. Count it. If it's on Port Huron, that should be 7 up there.
Yeah, I don't.
Now that I don't agree. I was fine. Even though it was disjointed, I was fine with how the game has been officiated. That is terrible. That's 7-1 right there.
I'm going to need someone to explain that stoppage for me, because there was no doubt about it that the Rockers were controlling the puck. And I just don't understand why that whistle was blown. Now, I will admit I am not a complete encyclopedia of hockey knowledge, but that one eludes me. There's 3 Prowlers in the Kowalski meat locker now. Need a lot of hot dogs for everyone in there. And it is time for another power play brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. Learn how Genesis can put more money in your pocket and become one of its 210,000 members at genesiscu.com, or visit any of their convenient locations in Southeast Michigan.
Well, there's a shot there. Right now, Motor City has the best power play in the league after going 3 for 6 last night, 1 for 1 tonight, so 32.5 entering the game.
9:53 to go in the second period, and oh so soon we arrive at our second media timeout. Ben, what are shots? And, Elmira might be in the third period by now. Is their game as interesting and as fun as this one's been? I'm glad everyone came out. We have a great crowd here on New Year's Eve.
We have an amazing crowd here. Of course, if you guys want to get tickets, go to rockershockey.com/tickets. We have a great deal coming up on the 28th through the Fan Saves app. If you're a walk-up, which a lot of people are, if you're a walk-up, use the app in line. Why? Because we have a deal that will expire 5 minutes after you activate it. That's for the game on the 28th, but we'll get into that in a little bit more. Right now, shots on goal favoring Motor City 12-3. So if you want to do math, that's 1 for 4. Right now, doubling Port Huron 26-13, as Motor City again has scored the last 5, technically 6 unanswered goals, because it should be 7-1, but I digress. And checking out what's going on at First Arena in Elmira, New York. It is now tied at 2-2 as they are in the second intermission. Trevor Lord has both goals for Watertown.
So that penalty officially went against Ian Wallace.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't matter if the goalie's getting charged with the penalty. By the way, Austin Federley back in the Kowalski meat locker visiting penalty box. I'm assuming it was just to get something taken care of in the locker room. Prowler has one of the more universal players back on the ice. 1:27 left to go in the man advantage for Motor City. 9:53 to go in the second period. Tie up on the draw. Back to the near side. Battle for it. Gaudet was fighting with it. Left back for Suffredini. Far side point, Colton. Through the wickets of Suffredini. Keeps it in. Colton picks up the loose change. To the center of the ice. Poke between the blue lines. Motor City recovers. They have to reset. 61 seconds left to go on the man advantage. Pass can't find Wells, right to the tape of Schumacher. He dumps in deep, and more time comes off of this Motor City Rockers power play.
Well, good forechecking pressure there by Chartrand.
Turnover, point blank shot. Picard shorthanded. And Port Huron gets one back. Still a tall hill to climb, but it's now 6-2. Well, Motor City on top.
Sorry, partner. Chartrand did a great job on that forecheck. Really was pestering everybody. And who do you know? David Picard was there to pick up the loose change. Again, one-on-one with Trevor Babin. It's a shootout at that point. It's the second time Babin has lost a shootout in this game. Shorthanded goal to Picard, who leads the team now with 12.
An even dozen for Picard. And Motor City lead has dwindled just a bit. Port Huron gets one back, down a man. Happened last time we were in this building too, that helped complete a Prowler comeback. Picard again in the middle of everything in the offensive zone. Rockers racing to neutral ice, 20 seconds left to go to try to get that back with the man advantage. Sneath carries it to the bottom of the right wing circle, sends to the far side. Delaney on the backhand lost the handle on it. It's cleared by Brian Parsons, and that should just about do it for the Rockers man advantage. 8:25 to go in the second period. 6-2, Rockers on top, but we're back to 5-on-5 hockey. Giuliano fakes the slap shot, carries it in deep. The wraparound kick save. Another attempt misses wide, and the official just going to let it play on. He fixes the net. Rotundi in his own zone waits for the puck to slide to him. Far wing circle. Taken away by Gaudet, but left right back for Foley. Rink wide pass off the board. Schumacher keeps it in deep. Stepping in front of that one, Rotundi, he lost it. Jay had it in the right wing circle, but it took him a moment to corral it. Shot knocked in the air. Babin snatches it with the trapper. We'll have a whistle. 7:40 to go in the middle frame. 6-2 Rockers on top.
Even though there was a mistake there by Ryan Rotundi, they call him Roto in the locker room. He's been playing well tonight, for the most part. He's been clearing pucks when he's had to. Just one mistake that's probably going to outshine what the good he's done so far. But again, Babin doing a good job protecting, the net when he has to. That Gotham City 4x6, he covers it very, very well.
Shot from Jones knocked away. Ooh, it ended up in a pretty favorable spot for Port Huron. No one home to knock it in. Liam Freeborn, the closest Prowler. Jones walks up, shot blockered away. Port Huron bringing a little bit of pressure. The Picard goal gave Port Huron a little bit of life. Battle for the puck. Coming away with it. Freeborn had it for a moment. Port Huron, constant pressure. Feels like they're on the man advantage. A pileup up in front, whistle.
That's goaltender interference.
And now.
Whoa, hey.
We'll have another mess to sort out. The whistle was blown before the puck crossed the line. There was something.
Well, Babin's going to get a penalty for throwing the helmet. Babin.
We'll just see what's all sorted out. So I'm almost positive Tucker Scanoberry's going to the box. Again, to the meat locker by Kowalski. And will that be the only penalty assessed?
Well, I'm actually surprised Babin's not getting 2 minutes for throwing the trophy.
I don't be so sure.
Oh, there's Tristan. Never mind. There it is.
Now I guess the only question is 5-on-5 or 4-on-4.
Well, it should be 4-on-4. They're 2 separate penalties.
It'll be up to the official's discretion. That's going to be another lengthy conversation. While we wait for that, I want to let you know that our 3 stars of the game, you find out immediately after the game ends, and they are brought to you by Lasting Impressions Promotional Marketing. They are the official merchandise supporter of your Motor City Rockers. This family-owned Michigan business is conveniently located in Canton, Michigan. If you're looking for your corporate branding with excellent value and economical price, check out Lasting Impressions at liteam.com. That's liteam.com, a proud partner of your Motor City Rockers.
Cannot forget, if this holds on Tuesday, you want to go to Slap Shots. Using the Fan Saves app, you can upgrade your 16-ounce beer to a 20-ounce and still pay 16-ounce prices. Still got to have the 4-goal lead to hold, though.
And do we finally have everything settled? There's a lot of bodies in both penalty boxes. Well, right now it's showing a 2-minute penalty to Motors. So did they call the same penalty they had called on Port Huron moments ago? Port Huron's back on the power play. That means, well, Motor City's back on the penalty kill. And once again, it's brought to you by Insight Healthcare. Visit one of Insight's locations for an insight on your health today.
So Babin is going to get called for roughing. Scantlebury is going to get called for unsportsmanlike. I can only assume, because it hasn't been updated yet, Babin's got 2 penalties. And that's why it's a power play. That's just my guess. Because that would be
but
2 on Babin.
2 in the box.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what it is. So Babin has 2. Cam Bird is serving 1. Tristan Wells is serving 1. Unsportsmanlike to Babin and roughing on Babin. And Scantlebury got unsportsmanlike. So that's why there's 2 Rockers in the box, both serving time for number 72.
All right, so one will come out when the next 116 expires. And then an offside call.
Well, technically, they'll both come out at 116.
No, one will have to wait till the next whistle because there's already 4 on the ice.
Again.
So I'm assuming him and Scantlebury and whoever's not coming out will come out at the first whistle after.
You could. I mean, that's a very fair point. Those Wayne State debate classes serving you well, Brady.
Trying to make sense of some things I've seen here today have made me think harder than I've wanted to on a holiday. On the near boards, another tussle.
Oh, it's Johnson
and Sneath. Johnson and Sneath getting into it. 52 seconds left to go. Wow, beautiful feed and a better save by Trevor Babin. Mitch Jones on the doorstep denied.
Again, sick and tired of seeing Mitch Jones.
He's been in the middle of everything. Federally at the point. Gives back for Sim, returns to Federally. Port Huron native to the right side. A ripper doesn't make it to Babin. Rockers desperately trying to clear, cannot. Half a minute left to go in the man advantage for Port Huron. Federally backhands to the right side, returns to Federally. Shot goes wide. Rebound attempt. Schumacher whiffed on it. 15 seconds left to go. Man advantage for Port Huron. Johnson centers, hits the skate of Conway down to 7 seconds, and Babin freezes. 5:09 to go in the second period. 6-2 Motor City. 5 seconds left until we're back to 5-on-5 hockey.
I think you're right, though. I think they're going to wait for the whistles because Tristan Wells right now is going to be the first one out. And I think you're right. They're going to wait for the media timeout, probably to get both out. Because we're close to that time. We're getting near that stage of the second period.
Power play draw won by Motor City. Delaney flips it into the zone. Back to 5-on-5 hockey. Another penalty kill for the Rockers. Pass to the center of the ice, only a white sweater there. Chartrand skates into the offensive zone. Milam tried to hacky sack it out. Did not do so successfully.
Well, if the Rockettes are looking for someone for a replacement, Milam can do a good leg kick.
Milam brings it into the zone. Dumps it in. 4:34 to go in the second period. 6-2. Rockers on top of Port Huron. In close, backhand misses wide off the stick of TJ Sneath. Pinned to the boards, far side. Battling for it. Conway comes, takes it away. Sneath returns. Can't handle it. And Port Huron going the other way. Dan Chartrand off the boards and chasing it down. Devon Fields. He was very noticeable in that first period. Hasn't had as much ice time here in the second, although with as many whistles as we've had, line changes haven't really been necessary. Oh, and Heinzel is pinning Lambden to the boards. Thought we could get to another timeout.
That'd be too simple, though, Brady. Come on.
Scantlebury and Burt both come out. While they sort that out, Ben, shots on goal, and what's going on over in the Fed?
Well, shots on goal right now for Motor City. They're still leading that category, though. Port Huron, again, catching up like they did in the first period. 12-9 right now in favor of the Rockers. 26-19 as Port Huron's added 6 shots on net. Still a 6-2 game. Should be a 7-2 game, but I digress. And they're about to play the third period at First Arena. Still tied at 2. Trevor Lord has 2 for Watertown, and David Gaeta got a goal in the first period. And so did Larry Vartiainen for the Seawolves as they are tied at 2. Going on later today, 5 o'clock, Danbury and Binghamton will square off in Binghamton. And then, of course, the nice rivalry of Columbus and Carolina will drop the puck at 8:35. So they're going to probably do a New Year's celebration in Winston-Salem after that game.
Motor City hoping to celebrate today. They've gotten off to a hot start, up 6-2. It's been not a lot of flow to this game, but Motor City's taking advantage of it. Again, goals from Roman Gaudet, Jamie Milam, Declan Conway, TJ Sneath, Jonathan Giuliano, and then Declan Conway again.
Yeah, Conway, again, stepping up, filling that void that Koash has left. Again, he's a guy who can easily do it. Sneath, another one of those guys, right, that can do that as well. No surprise to see their name on the score sheet, but it's always nice. And it was funny because, again, Jamie Milam said, hey, maybe I should stop using the slap shot. His first goal was on a wrister. The rest of his attempts from the outside have been slap shots that have gone nowhere.
And Cam Burt is back.
Well, I think he's arguing that it was a stoppage of a whistle, so I should be able to come out. That's what he's saying, and they're saying no.
2 minutes were served, and Scantlebury's out, unless there was a misconduct involved. But
nope, not on the score sheet. Can't do it.
Oh no, I know what it is. It's you can't serve them consecutively, so I'm assuming he has to serve the 2 minutes after the 2 minutes was served by Wells.
That could be it too.
On the draw, Delaney tried to pick it up, could not. Freeborn between the blue lines. Back to Federley, he lost it, dives just to knock it to safety. Elias Thompson, far corner. Uses that big body to box it out. It's soccered in deep.
Well, about 30 seconds left, and then Burt will come out of the box then, if that's the case.
Rotundi behind his own net. Left for Fields. We have a down Prowler, and it looks like another power play.
Well, looks like Heinzel. Well, TJ Delaney's had enough of it. No, that's Rotundi.
Yeah,
Wow.
Ryan Rotundi going to the box.
Okay. Well, Ryan Rotundi last night leveled a big hit near center ice. Missed big hit. He was going for someone else and got a prowler, but he's been one of those guys. He's a Port Huron native. He from the Blue Water area. He's been playing with a little fervor lately.
Once again, penalty kill brought to you by Insight Healthcare. If you're not feeling yourself, visit one of Insight's convenient locations across Southeast Michigan for all your needs and to get an insight in your health today. 6-2 Rockers on top. And the Prowlers back on the power play. Alex Johnson near boards. Banks off the back wall, chasing after Giuliano. Battles with it along with Sim. Sent down the ice. First clear, 20 seconds in. Motor City will get a couple of fresh legs out there. Federley slides it to Sim, skates over the blue line. Chips to the far side, recentered. Jones, Clapper, knocks the water bottle off the net. And you knew it was only a matter of time with number 6. He's had a heck of a game. And it's 2 in a row for Port Huron, 6-3. Rockers still on top.
Yeah, not ideal. But again, what have I said before? I'm tired of Mitch Jones.
He has been, he is going to be a thorn in the side of anyone who has to play Port Huron. I don't think there's anything but positive things to say about Jones. I mean, he put that one right where he needed to, pick the corner. And now in 3 games, he has 3 goals and 2 assists.
I mean, again, he's got a great shot. He is a very hard shot, quick shot. And again, as you said, it was a good clapper. That slap shot Mitch Jones has, he has really good speed. And the thing that is irritating about it, he's accurate with it. It's not just spray and pray, close your eyes. It's, no, I'm dialing in the scope and I'm getting a headshot. That's what Mitch Jones does. But you're right now, 6-3.
5-on-5 hockey for the moment. Another power play goal for Port Huron. All 3 of their goals come with the special teams. 2 power play, 1 shorthanded. Schumacher stopped it but couldn't get it back. He would have been offside. Rockers into the offensive zone. Spins back along the near boards. Poked and prodded at in front of the Rockers bench to neutral ice, picked up by Sims, skates into the offensive zone. Shot hits off the leg of Gaudet. That couldn't have felt good.
No.
Backhanded across all 3 lines and flubbing on it. Schumacher back. Giuliano can't beat Wallace.
Great play by Delaney, dropping it off for Jules. Great save by Wallace.
Tim Delaney to the far side, tried to cut off the angle, did so. The dump and chase from Port Huron. Johnson inside the blue line, backhands in deep. Milam fights for it, coming away with it is Burt. And it goes out of play, but it was tipped out of play. And it is a neutral zone draw, I believe. And here comes Matt Graham after serving the 10-minute misconduct.
Yep, Matt Graham's a free man. Cam Burt's a free man. Hey, the penalty boxes are empty. Yeah, I know. Knock on wood. Hopefully it stays that way. Yeah, it looks like we have a media timeout, huh?
Sure.
Well, shots on goal still favoring Motor City. 27-20, 13-10 here in the second period. Again, that last goal scored by Mitch Jones, Austin Federley, and Tristan Sim getting the assist on that one. So no even strength goals yet for Port Huron. That's a silver lining if you want to look at it that way. And then, of course, at First Arena, they have the third period started. So we're still playing catch-up. We're about 10 minutes behind. Still tied 2-2 between Elmira and Watertown. Again, friendly reminder, 5 o'clock, Danbury and Binghamton will drop the puck in Danbury. In Binghamton, and then you go to Carolina and Columbus in Winston-Salem. They'll drop the puck at 8:35 for a New Year's Eve celebration game. That's also a fun rivalry out there. I think they hate each other more than hate Port
that
Huron.
is there's no love lost in that rivalry, and the kind of ironic thing is they're not that close to each other.
No, they're not.
It's just because they were the first two Southern teams to join this league, they were kind of paired together. Columbus, Georgia, and Winston-Salem, North Carolina aren't all that close to each other. It's not like Port Huron and Motor City where it's a 45-minute drive, or the Triangle of New York teams where it's an hour and a half, probably 2 hours at most between them. That's a pretty heated rivalry, but there's a lot of land between Columbus and Carolina.
Well, I was going to say, I think it stems because they shared front office associates at one point.
And they've both been pretty good basically their entire existence.
Yes.
3 goals separate Motor City and Port Huron. Rockers on the right side of the scoreboard. 1:22 left to go in the second period. In the Rockers zone. Working to neutral ice. Puck pinned along these near boards. Rotundi in the corners, puts on the brakes. Working the breakout. Sends a diagonal feed to no one in particular. Alex Johnson plays behind his own net as we enter the final minute of play of the second period.
Just 10 minutes late, but whatever.
Conway, shot, and it's corralled by Wallace. He caught it off the chin.
Yep. Still looking for the Buffalo Wild Wings winger of the game to get a goal. That's Cade Lambden.
49 seconds left to go in this period. Motor City trying to get one back before the horn. Did so in the first. The Prowlers have scored the last 2 to make this a little more interesting than it was a few moments ago.
Yep, putting the gauntlets back on as Ian Wallace grabs his lance. He's ready to go.
Colton shot, patted away. Prowlers looking for the breakout. A little hyper-aggressive offensively late in this period. Rockers able to keep it in the zone. Gaudet, far side battling for it. Uses that big frame to keep the puck close to the boards and in the Rockers' possession. 2-on-2, and Prowlers are able to send it all the way down into the Rockers' zone. 25 seconds left. Delaney backhands right on net. Hops into the glove of Wallace. He lets play continue. Prowlers need to go to the length of the ice in the next 15 seconds. Sent back behind the net. They'll have time for one rush if they hurry. Off the high glass. Goes all the way down, an icing call. And with 3 seconds left, Motor City will get one more look. You could win the draw clean. Might get a quick shot on net. If not, it'll stay a 3-goal game as we head to the third.
Yeah, and to your point, they've been mixing in that new face-off formation where they don't protect the wall. They have a man right behind the draw, and right now they're doing that again. Just need Giuliano to win a clean draw for – no, guess not. Well, now it's a traditional formation.
Tie up on the draw, and that'll send us to the third period. Motor City 6, Port Huron 3. Ben, that was a wild second period, but the Rockers light the lamp a few more times, and even with – and Babbitt has some words for Scantlebury.
Did Scantlebury just dive?
Might have put some scuba equipment on.
Oh, my goodness. Come on.
That was
and even Babbitt's calling him.
I thought
dolphin diving.
All right, we'll sort that out later. Ben, recap this second period.
Oh, what a fun second period it was, huh? Motor City was rocking and rolling. They had 3 straight goals here in the second period, which accounted for 5 straight goals in the game before that party got broken up. But the first one in the second period came at the 55-second mark. TJ Sneath getting a power play goal to make it 4-1. Then, 4 minutes later, Jonathan Giuliano did a great job. Jamie Milam broke up the pass in the neutral zone, fed it to Roman Gaudet, and did a nice little shangle, as our chat room has been saying. and Jonathan Giuliano finished it. It was 5-1 at that point. Declan Conway getting an even strength goal a minute later made it 6-1. And then, well, Port Huron decided to wake the offense up and stir up the echoes. Jan Chartrand with good forechecking pressure on the penalty kill created a turnover. Brandon Picard, leading goal scorer for Port Huron, picked up the puck, roofed it. It was 6-2. Then again, Mitch Jones, the man with a really great shot on the power play, making it 6-3 with just under 2 minutes to play here in the second. So that is the scoring. Of course, shots on goal still favoring Motor City, 29-20, 15-10 in the period. And just really quickly, while we have the opportunity, still 2-2 at First Arena out in Elmira.
6-3 here at Big Boy Arena. Rockers looking to win their second straight against Port Huron. Take 7 of 9 points on the weekend. They are 20 minutes away from doing so. Ben and I will step aside, come back with the third period action in a bit. You're watching Motor City Rockers hockey. Back here at Big Boy Arena, 6-3. Rockers lead the Prowlers as we are finishing up the second intermission. I want to also remind you that Ronald Shocker is your local Farm Bureau insurance agent located in Shelby Township. He and his team have been protecting and providing Michigan families with auto, home, life, and health insurance for, well, been doing a pretty good job for the past decade or so. For all your insurance needs, trust Michigan Farm Bureau agent Ronald Shocker. Ben, 6-3. Prowlers have pulled this within 3. They've made this a game after being down 5. And it's not on the scoreboard, but I believe they will start the third period up a man for 2 minutes.
Yeah, after that scuffle at the end of the period, Trevor Babin will get 2 minutes for roughing and 2 minutes for leaving the crease. And Tucker Scantlebury will get 2 minutes for embellishment on the dive. So,
which you also know that's a double call. I don't like that.
Nope.
It's just, I'm sure that's a way to negate certain things, but either he was roughed or he embellished. I feel like most of the time that's an either-or scenario.
Well, it's an either-or scenario, and what does a goalie do at the end of the period?
Listen,
does he stay in the net or does he go and leave the crease?
I would say he did not skate right to the
that's
locker room,
the
and I
difference.
think that's going to be what it meant. Either way, it's I believe a 2-minute power play for Port Huron, and it makes me. I want to remind you again that, listen, I've read this so many times. If you get hurt, you don't go to Inside Healthcare. You're doing something wrong, because if you're not feeling yourself, visit one of Insight's locations across Southeast Michigan for all your medical needs and get some insight on your health today. If anyone watching this game, that's going to be seared into their brain for the next week or so.
Well, yeah. I mean, of course, our team trainer, Dr. Ashley Fox, is a member of the Insight Healthcare team, and we still know we're waiting on one player to come back, but Pavel Svinsov could be back any week now. Our friends at Insight Healthcare he did test positive for a lower body injury, but they said it's no structural damage. If you can tolerate the pain, which will go away day to day as it keeps getting better, but if you can tolerate the pain, you could play now. And Pavel is not ready to play yet. So, but he's coming back. That's a good sign. Hopefully in the next week or two.
Hopefully we're ready to play a fairly smooth third period. Ben, you counted it up during the break. 20 penalties have been called through 40 minutes of hockey.
Yep, 8 in the first period, 12 in the second period.
And Cam Burt once again serving the sentence for Trevor Babin's penalty.
That's just the new guy in the office getting the short end of the stick, right?
Oh, are they going to send Elias Tom? Oh, they're going to have to do the same thing they did before, where they can't serve it concurrently. So one of them will come out, and then technically the second penalty cannot start until the first penalty has finished. So Scantlebury will also have to go in for 2 minutes if this is how they're dicing it up. So Scantlebury will come out at the first whistle after 18 minutes. Either Burt or Thompson will come out when the 2 minutes is up, and then the other will come out at the first whistle after 16 minutes.
Well, I love Elias Thompson, but it's going to be Burt that comes out first. Thompson has a role on this team. He doesn't need as many shifts. So you have a guy like Burt who plays a more prominent role on defense tonight. He's going to be the one that's going to probably come out first.
Energetic crowd here at Big Boy Arena. Prowlers trying to erase what was once a 5-goal deficit, now only trailing by 3, and they have a couple of minutes on the man advantage to get it started. Federally feeds to Johnson, skates into the Rocker zone, poked away. Prowlers have to reset instantly.
Port Huron's all 3 goals have come on special teams, 2 power plays and a shorty.
Federally starting the breakout, 1 touch, finds Sim, skates along the far boards, poked away by Field. Frank Schumacher in the corner. Brings it back up to Federley, lost it in his skates, and Port Huron has to touch up once again as precious seconds tick off the clock. 1:10 to go in the man advantage for Port Huron. We're in the first minute of the third period on New Year's Eve. Hope all your New Year's Eves are a little calmer than this one's been, but I thank you so much for spending New Year's Eve with us here at Big Boy Arena.
Yeah, I think we have a good crowd of about 1,300. It's an eyeball count. We don't know the official number just yet, but
Jay had it knocked away by Sneath, and Colton able to send it all the way down the ice. Only 40 seconds left to go in the penalty. Well, the Trevor Babin minor as get some stirring in the penalty box. Final 30 seconds. Freeborn skates into the zone, but it's poked away. Merritt picks it up in deep behind Babin. Feed was intended for Freeborn, hit the skate of Delaney to neutral ice, and Giuliano trying to slip behind the defense. Jay from the left wing circle, rebound.
Oh!
No, it somehow stayed out. Must have hit the post because there was about 3 feet of twine, and Trevor Babin denied that one. Shot goes wide. Burt comes out, still 6-3 by a hair.
Baby toe save, as I like to call it. That was nice.
The way it bounced, I'm not sure if Babin got a piece of it or if the goalie's best friend, the post, helped deflect it to the far side. Either way, I thought that was earmarked for the back of the net. And another penalty kill for Motor City. And that's a big one.
Well, you know, the Dark Knight does have a grappling hook. He could have used that.
It was whatever he used, I'm happy he did. Because it would have been eerily reminiscent of a few weeks ago when Port Huron erased a 3-goal deficit, and it started with a power play at the beginning of the third period. 17:08 to go in the third. Rockers by a trio of goals. Federley, pass intended for Sim, tipped, brings it in the right wing circle, waits for the cavalry to come at the point. Center shot, and it's covered up by Babin. There was some heavy jockeying for position in front of Trevor Babin.
Guess who it was? Tristan Wells. Protecting his goaltender. Matt Graham went to the ice, and then Austin Federley said, I don't like the way you dumped him like that.
I think we're going to stay to 5-on-5.
Well, Wells was even saying, I'm not touching him. I'm standing right here. And it seems like that argument worked. So.
And 20 penalties already assessed in this one. Gone 3 minutes, 8 seconds without one here in the third. Motor City be wise to stay out of the penalty box. Win their second straight. They try to inch closer to Binghamton at the top of the Empire. And with Binghamton playing Danbury again tonight, if the Hat Tricks can win a second straight, just keep inching closer to the top of that division somewhere where the Rockers were for a while before they went on a short skid.
Yeah, well, again, it's about 5.5
Conway
game lead.
lost it. Oh, he had a step. Backhand knocked away. Conway in front.
Got it!
Buries it. Touchdown Rockers. 7-3. Motor City on top of Port Huron.
There's the hat trick for Declan Conway. You want to fill the void by Scott Koash going on the inactive list? Get his counterpart to get on the action. Love it.
Took a couple of attempts, finally beat Wallace. Now for Declan Conway, he's in double figures with 10. Did ask before the game who is going to step up. Declan Conway doing so in a big way. And that's a deflating goal if you're Port Huron. You go from having half a net to bring it within 2 to just a minute or so later, Motor City finds the back of the net, makes it a 4-goal game.
Well, that's Declan's last hat trick since April 1st when the Prowlers and Rockers played. been a long time coming.
You like to see guys stepping up, finding and growing into a maybe role where they have to shoulder more of the load until some guys can get back. Again, survive this stretch so that when you start to get to the part of the season where it is the push for the playoffs, you're hitting your stride, you have your lineup right where you like it. What was that whistle for, Ben? I must have missed it. Someone move early?
I think the lineman called movement early.
Shot misses wide. Graham throws parallel to the goal line. Giuliano into the corner to pick it up. Backhands it. Can't get it out of the zone. Heinzel shot knocked in front. Sneaks its way out. Giuliano flips it diagonally. Delaney chasing after it. Heinzel tried to lay the hit. Delaney stood tall. Graham in the corner. Kicked out. Shot way wide of the net. Race for it on the near side. Jay picks it up in stride. Into the zone, but poked away. Excellent job defensively by Suffertini. Uses speed to bring it in the zone. Left wing circle, shot patted away right behind the net. Matt Graham, shot knocked away by Wells. Tried to get it across the way to Suffertini. Couldn't find the tape.
Well, we might need to find another mattress. We get another goal here.
Don't tell Scott Brand that. Tucker Scantlebury. Shot patted away. Tried to flipped out by Fields. Stays in the offensive zone. Schumacher shot deflected. Far side. Scantlebury to the ice. Back up. Rotundi pins him to the boards. 5 minutes into the third period. Rockers with the lone goal in the third frame. Make it 7-3. Motor City on top. Wallace behind his own net, backhands it to the near side. Chartrand had it, lost it. A little bit of flow here in the third period, Ben. This is what we like to see, up and down action. Both teams having opportunities with rushes.
Well, it's amazing. We might get mostly 20 minutes of nonstop hockey action here at Big Boy Arena. Didn't know that was possible.
14-14 left to go in the third. Both teams seem to have calmed down during that intermission.
Considerably.
Burt flipped it, Lambden. Right wing circle. He was triple teamed. I don't know if it was a pass or a shot, whatever it was deflected into the glove of Wallace. Brings us to the media timeout. 13:56 to go in the third. Rockers by 4. Ben, shots, and how's it going over in the Empire State?
Well, shots on goal. Port Huron takes their first lead there tonight. 7-3 favoring the Prowlers, though they still trail overall 32-27. Declan Conway's goal was his third, again, his first hat trick since April earlier this year. But Cade Lambden gets the assist, and new guy, Cam Burt, on the score sheet. So he joins Adam Kuhn, who last night in his first shot got a goal. So the new guys contributing right up off the bat. And, of course, at First Arena, let's take a look out there in the Empire State. It exploded. It is a big 5-2 lead. Tyler Urich, the coach. We joked last week, Tyler, are you going to suit up? He said, no, my shoulder's not ready for it. I don't think it's going to happen. We got Merkel who can do that for us. But Urich has 2, and David Gaeta, who opened the game with scoring, got one on the power play. So 3 straight goals in the third period for the River Sharks as they carry a 5-2 lead. And that game is just as ugly as ours if you look at the...
it's something with the new year.
Yeah.
The CBS receipt of penalties. Well, everyone's been well behaved here in the third. Rockers lead it by 4, 7-3, 13:56 to go in regulation. Federley takes it off the draw, flips it up and out to Dalton Jay, and you see the transition for Port Huron go to more of a hyper-intensive offensive look, really trying to get long stretch passes, trying to create odd man rushes, taking a few more risks, down 4 in the third.
Well, I'll say this is the time of year you can kind of get away because you've already had Christmas, right? So you're not worried about naughty and nice lists. you get a little bit of a break. We turn the calendar tonight at midnight, so maybe that's what's getting into everybody.
A pass to no one in particular. That'll be an icing. That was a miscommunication.
Yep. Got any plans tonight to ring in the new year?
We'll see. Hang out with some friends. Nothing too crazy. Hopefully I can get there in time the way this game's going. I know they have a little ceremonial New Year here at Big Boy Arena, but during that second period, I was wondering they might just have the real ball drop here.
Well, that'd be nice. Yeah, not for me. I think I'm going to go home and sleep. I'm at that age where I don't like going out anymore, even though I'm not old.
All the mentality. Jay's shot goes into the netting. And again, cooler heads have seemingly prevailed. Again, Port Huron has to go on a long road trip down to Mississippi for games on the 2nd and 3rd. And then after that, a few days later, they're in Carolina for another set. So not only are they going to be spending New Year's on the road, it's going to be a lot of games in a short amount of time.
I was going to say, that's a good solid 12-hour bus trip, then a good solid about 6.5 to 7.
It's probably closer to 20 to get to Biloxi. I mean, that's the Gulf. You're going from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. That's a
hike.
That's a ride and a half.
That is a hike. You're right.
And it doesn't help that you're leaving right after you just played. In close shot, can't find it from a tough angle. Looking for number 4. Think he had it, just whipped a bit. The forecheck, trying to create his own opportunity. Conway not slowing up, and he drew the ire of Frank Schumacher, and that'll be a delayed penalty. The Rockers going on the man advantage.
Hey, well. It's only going to be the 3rd power play of the day for Motor City.
That was just Declan Conway being a pest.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Declan Conway, say he forced that penalty.
Well, that's the case that Frank Schumacher's trying to say. He said, well, that stick got up high. Ooh.
Yeah, he's throwing the white towel out. And that's him saying, basically throwing in the towel. I imagine he's going to be.
No, they're going to throw.
They're
going to throw someone else in there for the unsportsmanlike.
Yep, another
for
one.
The towel.
See, he threw it once, no one saw it. They got it back, threw it again. And yeah, now they're going to send Tucker Scantleberry. Going to be a 5-on-3 for the power play, brought to you by Genesis Credit Union. Learn how Genesis can put more money in your pocket and become one of its 200,000 plus members at genesiscu.com or at any of their convenient locations near you. So we have Scantleberry serving the 10-minute. It'll be a 5-on-4 penalty. Rockers trying to make it an 8-3 hockey game. Colton, near side, well shot, patted away. Nice job by Wallace throwing up that blocker. Wells chasing after it, trying to keep the puck in deep. Prowlers, they're dangerous short-handed. Johnson skates into the offensive zone, but a little too late. Offside the call, neutral zone draw coming up.
Yeah, Dalton J just crossed the blue paint a little too fast, but yeah, the official call on Frank Schumacher is roughing an unsportsmanlike conduct, so it's 2 2s, not a 10.
Now we're getting, something was off. Are they sending Schumacher off the ice?
No, they're saying there's something with the Rockers.
With the fan?
Well, yeah, there's a fan, yep.
A little bit of everything in this one, huh?
Well, the fans want to get their money's worth. Yep, security team's ready to escort them out.
All right.
So
interesting.
he got his money's worth.
Waited until the game was hopefully in hand. 11:39 to go in the third. 7-3. Rockers on top. 1:20 left to go in the Rockers power play. Milam skates across all three lines. Right wing circle. Shot knocked away, and the net that time very easily came off the moorings. And that was not Ian Wallace's fault by any means. Brian Parsons and Wells Delaney crashed into it.
Well, it's our left side of the rink friendly net that doesn't like to stay in its spot. So
that one came crashing off.
Yes. And rightfully so. When you get crashed into like that, it's hard to stand your ground. Whether you're a person, whether you are a metallic post, well, that's cutie, and Wallace is trying to make sure it'll stay in the pegs like it's going to matter. Adorable.
Clean win and technically a shot on goal from inside their own blue line. Works as a clear, a minute left to go in the Rockers power play. Right side, Howitzer beats Wallace. How about 4 for Declan Conway? 8-3 Rockers.
Well, that is the first time he's hit that mark.
That was a blast. I didn't know where it was till it bounced out of the back of the net. (8-3), and hopefully the Rockers have put this one to bed with 11:08 to go.
Well, the Rockers are now 1 goal away from the franchise record that was set last weekend when they got to 9.
Still a long way to go, but Declan Conway going to be ringing in the new year with style. A 4-piece.
We also got to call Serta. It's now 8. So we got to get another queen-size mattress.
They've hit that a lot.
For the fan saves.
Yes, you do.
Here's another, Rotundi. Oh, good block by Johnson.
Rotundi wanted to make it 9. 10:25 to go in the third. Freeborn was able to keep his balance, keep the puck moving towards the Rockers' net. Graham, shot goes parallel to the goal line. Johnson not having a great time.
Nope.
As Port Huron possesses the puck. Jay over the red line, can't get it to the blue. Gaudet picks his pocket.
Gaudet and Johnson really going at it, and there they go. That was a nice back check, reverse check as they call it, by Gaudet. He and Johnson were just tilting at it, and it was going to happen. Gaudet was about 6'5", 6'6", on skates. Got a little high with the elbow there as well. But a nice reverse hit by Gaudet.
And we'll see what the damage from that is. Johnson going to the box. Gaudet, who does not usually find themselves in the middle of any tussles, they're sending him off.
They're sending both of them off. Johnson and Gaudet's day are done.
I don't mind that. Hey, this game's decided.
Yeah.
No need to have anything else happen.
Oh, really quickly. Let's see this reverse. Yeah, that reverse hit. Gaudet and Johnson started tussling. They went at it for a good hot second. And Gaudet, what led to all of that was Johnson.
Alex Johnson still went out in style.
Well, you break it, you pay for it. Just saying. The assistant coach not a happy camper, but I'll say that he was trying to draw a call for hooking, and that's what led to all of it, right? Tried to draw a call for hooking. Gaudet just put up his hand saying, I'm not doing this. Kept the stick underneath the wing. And then afterwards, Johnson when the puck was moved back towards center, shoved Gaudet in the chest. That's kind of what was the next level of it. And then when they both were coming this way, that was the reverse hit. Johnson wanted a cheap shot. Gaudet felt it, hit him with the back elbow, and the rest is history. So Johnson was trying to draw a call. It did not work.
I think we have 5-on-5 hockey.
We should.
I believe they're just going to give what? Probably gave them each 10s. Cleared the rest of regulation.
I mean, the good news is if you're Roman Gaudet,
Oh, Gaudet,
you can take a shower. You
yeah,
can
he's
get ready.
going to be ready when the boys get to the locker room.
You get all the hot water.
Right?
It's not bad.
Get all the room. Don't have to. You're not bumping shoulders with guys, taking your stuff off, and yeah, he got his goal today.
Yeah, he did. He actually had a great game. He had a goal and 2 assists.
He's been playing better as of late, and he's a guy that I've been hoping. Oh, another penalty. We didn't. Took an extra 27 seconds, of course. So
yeah, they haven't updated it.
So this is going against Motor City. This will be 2 minutes to
Mike Wynn.
number 16, Mike Wynn.
Which is funny. Mike Wynn has 2 goals this year. Both came against Elmira. One was the unicorn, right?
Yep.
The breakaway on the 5-on-3, and then he got one last weekend on his birthday.
Well, we get to tell you again that our penalty kill is brought to you by Insight Healthcare. That whether it's whenever you're feeling a little bump or a bruise, you want some insight to what's wrong, make sure you visit one of Insight's locations. They're all across Southeast Michigan. Get some insight to your health today as we go to the media timeout with 9:31 left to go in the third period. 8-3, Rockers on top.
And they sponsor what again?
The penalty kill.
Oh, okay. I know that.
I think everyone knows that now.
I think they do know that by this point.
They're going to be sitting at their kids' games, penalty, Insight Healthcare penalty kill.
What they're going to do.
Be watching whatever NHL team they root for. Insight Healthcare penalty kill.
Yes.
It is, that has been probably the sentence I've said the most today.
Yeah.
Outside of Declan Conway scores. And even that not true because he only has 4, and it feels like the Prowlers have had, there's been a lot of penalty kills for the Rockers.
Yes. Right now, the Rockers have killed 5. So Port Huron is 2 for 7 on the day with their man advantage. Motor City is a comfortable 2 for 3, showing why they're number 1 in the league in the power play.
Order's been restored for the moment, and it is a draw that goes to neutral ice. Parsons brings it in for Port Huron, sends rink wide to Federley.
You think instead of watching a game that your son or daughter's playing in, you're cleaning up the toy room, you step on a Lego, you go, oh God, insight, gotta go to
It's
insight.
going to be something like that.
Yeah.
All I know is
Right.
the insight penalty kill is going to be seared into every Rockers fan's mind for the rest of the season.
100%.
Clear from Delaney.
Definitely for the rest of the year.
Oh, yeah. 30 seconds have elapsed in the penalty kill for Motor City. Federley sends to the middle, 1 touch, picked up by Parsons, skates into the zone, pass intended for Graham, knocked away. Rockers can't clear.
Oh.
Chipped across. Parsons tries to settle the puck, eventually does. Pass knocked away. Federley swipes at it, knocks it in deep. A headbutt by Jamie Milam.
I've never seen
soccer. That is the first I have ever seen a header in hockey.
I was just about to say, I've never seen that, and I've been calling hockey for a long time. I've never seen that.
On a day like today, of course.
Yes.
40 seconds left to go in the Mike Wynn minor penalty. 8:10 to go in the third period. 8-3, Rockers on top. Freeborn, far side. Scantleberry shot, hits the back wall. nearly leaves the zone. Pass broken up by Delaney. Used that long reach to put a stick in the passing lane. Freeborn, left wing circle, had it knocked away.
Devon Fields did a good job breaking that one up.
Yes, he did. Flipped it up and out. 12 seconds left to go until we're back to 5-on-5 hockey. Jay horseshoes around. Picked up far side by Scantlebury. And Mike Wynn out of the box. Another penalty kill for the Rockers, and a nice job on the Insight Healthcare penalty kill once again. No insight needed on how they're doing so well. Rink wide pass for Wynn, a bit too far in front. Wynn slaps at it. Battle for it deep in the Port Huron zone. Rotundi whiffed on it, stick broke. It's always frustrating. Had a good look from the left point and just, well, twig snapped.
That happens. Uh-oh.
Well, would you look?
Whoa, that's spearing.
Would you look at this? It looks like it's going to be another Insight Healthcare penalty kill.
Well, I'm sorry. Tristan Sims should be in the box for spearing. He went underneath the legs on Elias Thompson. Now, Thompson did hit a Prowler from behind.
So Elias Thompson going to the box.
But, yeah, I think Elias wants to fight now. We're just going to wait 2 minutes until Elias drops the gloves from what it looks like. Okay.
The penalty kill is brought to you by Insight Healthcare. Not feeling yourself? Visit one of Insight's locations across Southeast Michigan for all your medical needs and get some insight into your health today. It's the Insight Healthcare penalty kill once again.
Well, again, Port Huron 2 for 8 after that power play pelt.
Shot misses wide right. It was Mitch Jones again with he's got a rocket of a shot.
Really does.
Federley keeps it in. Left wing circle. Can't find the tape of Matt Graham. Couldn't quite settle it in. Graham battling for it. Across the way to Jones. One touch up to Federley at the point. Slides it right to Jonathan Giuliano. Flips it up and out. Just misses the scoreboard. And will officially get a shot on goal from about 200 feet away.
Not bad. It looks like he's done that before working around the house. Maybe shoveling some snow.
1:15 left to go in the Insight Healthcare penalty kill. 6 minutes left to go in the game. 5-goal Rocker lead. Scoreboard's been quiet as of late. Port Huron trying for a last-ditch effort, what would be a Herculean comeback. The center of the ice, Freeborn picks it up at his own blue line. Skates over the red, slides it over the blue to the near side. Scantlebury shot swallowed up by Trevor Babin. 46 seconds left to go until Elias Thompson is a free man.
Oh, I hate to say it, we haven't had a media timeout yet. Just saying. Now would be a good time to do it. But we'll do it in 45 seconds. Why not?
On the draw. To the near boards. Battle for it. Slips to the center. And Burt flips it to Lambden. Knocks it to himself. Lambden a little too strong. He holds it in deep. He went from trying to get the shorthanded goal to kill some penalty time. 20 seconds left to go in the Prowler man advantage. They have a long way to go on the sheet of ice. They want another shot. Score on the power play. Over the far side, Scantlebury holds it on the stick. 5 seconds left. Rink wide pass. Dalton Jay on the doorstep. That finds his stick. Probably an 8-4 game.
That's a couple of times Dalton Jay has had point-blank opportunities. Just couldn't find the puck today.
Back to 5-on-5 hockey, 8-3. Rockers on top of Port Huron. Delaney racing after it. Wallace comes out to play it. He dumps it deep for the ice. That was a smart play by 41. came out, was very deliberate, and we'll have a little conversation in the crease to our right.
Yep. Hey, look who it is.
Trevor Babin having words with Dan Chartrand. Cooler heads will prevail, and we'll go to our final media timeout. Ben.
Well, Dan Chartrand was the one who shoulder tackled Trevor Babin the other night, so they've had a history this weekend. But, yeah, let's update you on shots on goal. Port Huron still leading the way, 9-4, still trailing by 4 for the overall total, 33-29. Of course, it is an 8-3 game here thanks to Declan Conway getting half the goals. He alone is beating Port Huron 4-3. But outside of that, what's going on at First Arena? Elmira embarrassing Watertown 6-2. Tyler Urich, the coach, signed himself to the roster and got 2 goals. He's the top star of the game out there. David Gaeta with 2 goals was the second star, and Austin Pickford, who had 4 assists, was the third star of the game, adding the last goal in the third period because the last time we checked on it, it was Urich, and Gaeta. Blake Peavy got the last one to make it 6-2. So Elmira not doing too bad. They did get, I believe, 3 power play goals. So pretty good day for Elmira, especially after what we saw last weekend. You like to see them rebound the way they did. So
4:29 to go in this one. Until hopefully the Rockers are celebrating ringing in the new year with a win. They will, the Rockers that is, they will head on the road for the next couple of weekends. Next week they go to Watertown for one, and then pretty big game with Binghamton after that. And then the following weekend, the 12th and the 13th, they're out in Blue Ridge for a couple of tilts with the Bobcats.
And then after that, it's a whole lot of Brady and Ben. A lot of home games after that.
A lot of home games in the back half. Knew that when the schedule came out. It was only, game number 7 or 8 at home?
Yes.
Well, that's about 2/3 of the schedule coming after the new year.
Well, plus, again, this is only game 22, so we're basically at the halfway point of the year.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, Cade. Cade's going to the box, so that means what?
That means, say it with me, the Insight Healthcare penalty kill.
Hey.
Not feeling yourself? Visit one of Insight's locations across Southeast Michigan for all your medical needs and get some insight into your health today.
It's a nice ad read. I wonder who wrote it.
It's, Kate Lambden's just leaving.
Yeah, Lambden was tossed. He gets to check on the water pressure just like Roman Gaudet, though.
All right. Elias Thompson will serve. Four minutes left to go in this one. Rockers by 5, trying to win their second in a row. And for Motor City, empty net, just missed, hit off the post. Yep. I like Matt Graham doing this. Why not? Down 5, what do you have to lose? You lose by 6, you lose by 5. It's still 0 points all the same. Jones misses high and wide.
Well, there is that. I mean, to be fair, we could say it's Tucker Tyron. He's in net. We could say that because he's on the IR. Why not? They're going through all 3 goaltenders tonight. We can say that. Why not? Who's going to stop us?
6 men on the ice for Port Huron. It's a 6-on-4. Federally. Far side shot, tipped just wide of the net. 1:05 to go in the man advantage. The Cade Lambden penalty being served by Elias Thompson. Federally
there's one.
Gets his second from the point. Didn't put a lot on it. It just floated by everyone. Trevor Babin didn't see it till it was too late. 8-4.
Yeah, good screen in front of the net. That's just Port Huron again. They like to shoot from the outside. They call it the shooting gallery for a reason. Federally had a good look and just floated one past to screen Trevor Babin. That's his second of the day, though.
So as long as Motor City doesn't give up 5 goals in the next 3 minutes, this will be their 5th straight point or game with a point, and they would have won 4 of their last 5. Much needed after a losing skid.
Yeah, and it was a losing skid again. It looked a lot worse than it was, but still happened nonetheless, and you're facing better competition and getting wins against that competition, in all honesty. Got healthy against Elmira and took 2 out of 3 against Port Huron. It's something you like to see.
And again, doing so with some as you call them, gauze players that were just there to help lighten the blow of losing some very talented players. And you'd have told me Scott Koash not in the lineup becomes inactive and put up 8 goals again against Port Huron. I would have had a hard time believing you. Make it 9. Oh,
Tim.
Oh, it looked like he had it from this angle.
I thought he got it. I thought it hit that back bar.
Tim Delaney could have had his first of the year. Just missed it. Jay walks it in, the backhand, poking at it. It gets knocked up in the air. Under 2 minutes to go. Picard on net. Graham tried to tip in the rebound. Graham just firing any shot he can muster. Flipped out of the zone. 1:40 left to go in the third. 100 seconds left in this one.
Well, Declan could have gotten 5 there if he got the puck.
Believe 5 would be a franchise record off the top of my head.
I believe you'd be right.
Sim walks it up. Picked off by Rotundi. Long shot. It gets stopped by Scantleberry. 110, Port Huron trying to net 4 goals in that time. Scantleberry skating the length of the ice, shoots it wide. Rebound almost went right on a platter for 17. Jones right back to Parsons. In deep. Centering feed misses. Parsons tried to keep it in, could not. 50 seconds left to go in the third. 8-4 Rockers. Scantleberry. Shot misses wide. Picked up by the Rockers. And another long attempt off the mark, but it's a high stick. With 33 seconds left, we'll have a neutral zone draw.
Well, really thought Tim got one. It would have been nice for Tim to get one. Tim has been a guy in this roster churn that we've been going through the last month, is a guy that has been pushed up to the front line. He's a guy who is skilled enough to be a forward and a defenseman, but he's a primary defender on the road. We miss a couple of guys on the road in road games. So you have to give the credit to Tim for adjusting on the fly and playing still strong. I mean, he gets overshadowed, obviously, by his much taller older brother, but he's a guy who's added value to this team as well. A lot of people just say, oh, did you sign Tim to get TJ? No, they both provide value.
25 seconds left before Motor City celebrates their second straight win and their 4th in their last 5 attempts. Foley works in the corner to the circle. Pass to Jay, doesn't find the mark. Final 10 seconds. Right out in front. Jay knocked it out of the air with the glove. Shot from a long way away. And we have a full-on brouhaha.
Well, the goal's not going to count.
Had 3.5 more seconds to get through, Ben.
Well, everyone's getting a good shot in that Babin and Chartrand.
Babin, Chartrand, they're squared up. Both throwing rights. Chartrand with the left. Babin trying to jockey for position.
Oh,
he
Babin
throws
got
some
a
overhand
couple.
left. Lands a couple of clean ones. Chartrand switching it up. They're letting them go. A right from Chartrand. Babin with a couple more rights. They tie up. They're gassed. Babin tried to throw the knockout blow. Jersey pulled over the goaltender's head. They go down to the ice. And that is the cherry on top of what has been a very interesting Sunday New Year's Eve game.
Well, again, these two have been going at it all weekend long. It was a matter of time until Chartrand and Babin went at it. I believe it was Friday night. Dan Chartrand shoulder tackled Trevor Babin in McMorran Place. And today it's just been one of those, you know what? I'm sick and tired of seeing you. I'm going to give you some
Chartrand wants more.
Of course he does.
Chartrand asking for more. Linesman trying to keep the peace. Thankfully gets him to the locker room area.
Oh, well, and now a couple of Port Huron fans and Rocker fans are going at it. That's great.
Well, it's let's just get these 3.5 seconds off the clock.
Well, Jonathan Giuliano would have gotten a goal if they would have counted
I know,
no.
He was well inside his own blue line. He put it right down the middle.
Yes, he did. Right down the fairway. Would have been his second of the game, but no, whistle's blew. Paul Jean, I just think, ejected a fan as well. That's the second time he's done that.
Not a whole lot. I mean, getting ejected with 3.5 seconds left doesn't.
At this point, just call the game.
That's what I'm saying. You don't need to. The result's not going to change. Just end this to say, all right, we're good. Go enjoy.
We don't need to see the last 3.5.
Ricky Gonzalez will get 3 seconds in, and he will get a game played. They're saying to go to the benches. Just come on, drop the puck, get these 3.5, get them off. You can figure everything out in 3.5 seconds.
At this time, out of spite,
What
just
are
they
we doing here? What are we doing here?
I don't know.
Get the 3.5 seconds off the clock. Or just call it. They're not going to score 4 goals in 3 seconds. If you want to keep the peace, stop yelling at all the players and just take a step and say, the game's over, go to your locker room, I'll figure it out. But no, you have to let everyone know you're in charge so we can drop the puck, let 3 seconds go off, and have a risk of more stuff happening.
I think he just said, just leave. I'm trying to understand what's going on.
Yeah, he's saying just go.
He's just saying
so he's
just
making
go,
the right decision.
I think, game's done.
There we go.
They just did it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Paul, thank you. Thank you for the executive decision.
Took a while to make the right decision. Now get them all off the ice.
Well, but now, how long is it going to take them to leave the ice? Because Schumacher's, John, I don't know why.
I think they're letting the officials know what their review was.
Well,
8-4 is the final. I was hoping we can get everyone off the ice without incident.
Well,
Port Huron making their way. Rockers a salute to what has been a wonderful crowd here on New Year's Eve. Great crowd. Nice win for Motor City. They put up 8 goals for the 3rd time in a month, and they get their 4th win in the last 5.
3rd time in a month, 2nd time in a weekend. Consecutive weekends, 8, 9, and 8. Not bad. And these guys still have to skate with the fans.
Yeah, they're going to have a joyous time.
Oh, my goodness.
Ben, recap the scoring for us real quick before we go to our 3 stars of the game that are always presented by Lasting Impressions Promotional Marketing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it was a lot of fireworks on the stat sheet. In the first period, 4 goals were scored, 3 of which were scored by Motor City. Roman Gaudet got the scoring started. Austin Federley tied it on the power play. And then Jamie Milam on the chip shot got the 2-1 lead, and Motor City never looked away after that. Declan Conway got his first near the end of the first period. TJ Sneath on the power play opened the scoring in the second. Jonathan Giuliano got his first 4 minutes after that. Declan Conway then added his second on an even strength goal, and Brandon Picard with a nice shorthanded goal midway through the second period as well made it 6-2 at that point. Then Mitch Jones had a beautiful rifle shot to make it 6-3. Then Motor City got 2 from Declan Conway, completing his hat trick, adding his 4th, a career high, by the way. And then, of course, the power play goal, Austin Federley, his 2nd of the game, made it 8-4 with just under 3 minutes to play.
All right. I think we're all set. Declan Conway, the first star of the game. That one not too surprising. Again, 3 stars presented by Lasting Impression Marketing. Excuse me, it's been a long one. Lasting Impressions Promotional Marketing. And Declan Conway with 4 goals, obviously the first star of the night.
Well, I will say this. The third period, as you were saying that, 11 penalties in the third period. But yeah,
so 31 total.
31 total.
Ben, real quick while we wrap up, can you count last year to see in 2 games on New Year's Eve, if you can pull it up without too much time, how many penalties we've had in 2 New Year's Eve games between these 2 teams?
Yeah, really quickly, though, to answer your question, I mean, great game by Declan Conway. Top star of the game, 4 points, filling that void Scott Koash has left. This is what we wanted to see from him, and he's stepping up in a big, big way. Great game by Declan Conway, but let me do some quick math here. If you want to give your thoughts on the game, I'll come back to see how many penalties we had last year.
As Ben does that counting of the penalties from last time, it was a really nice win for Motor City. They've gotten back on the right track after what was a little bit of a disappointing losing streak, winning 4 of 5, getting 7 points on the weekend, getting ready for a big trip to New York where they'll take on Watertown and division rival Binghamton, who they're trying to catch for first place. And for Port Huron, wish them well on their long road trip. They have quite the haul down to the Gulf Coast at Biloxi and then out to Carolina. But when we come back to Big Boy Arena, it'll be on Friday, January 19th for a game against who? These Port Huron Prowlers.
Yeah, well, last New Year's Eve we knew it was a boxing match while some hockey was played. 30 penalties were called in last season. 61 penalties in 2 games. Well, let's say same time next year. Your final score, Motor City 8, Port Huron 4. For my partner Ben Zalagi, I've been Brady Beaton. Thank you so much for spending not just your New Year's Eve, but all of 2023 with us here at the Motor City Rockers. Hope you all have a safe and wonderful New Year. We'll see you again in January. Take care, everybody. Rock on.